things. It was just while I was initially adjusting it. So you should be fine now. No risk, no fun, no reward. Alright, let's try this. Alright, you guys can say hi, YouTube, if you want. We are, once again, playing on the experimental build. We're going to be playing the same fort, so everything else is going to be the same, except we are playing on the experimental build, which means we are running with graphics acceleration, and I guess I might as well turn multi-threading on too. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? I mean, like, come on. The main improvements I see, I don't know how noticeable it'll be for you guys watching, but the main improvements I've noticed is just how much smoother moving the camera is because the frame rate's so much better. Like, this is just completely stable now. Zooming out doesn't, like, make the game chug when you're moving it around with the mouse like this. It moves smoothly. Zooming all the way in, zooming all the way out, zooming down, zooming up. All that just feels so much better. Like, significantly better. Although, am I going crazy? Oh, look, mini-map tiny. Mini-map tiny! So I just noticed something. It defaulted my controls again. Which means, that's not what I wanted. Store defaults, where is it? Move selector up, numpad 8. Left bracket, control plus mouse wheel up. That is a weird key binding. Hold on a second. The heck did they do to the key bindings? Roll bar up, page down, page selector up, page selector down. Yeah, this is it. Anyway, I think this is right. Let's just restore defaults. Okay, so you up here. Swap that. Swap that. Yeah, there we go. That feels better. Yeah, because I was misreading the UI. That's okay. I think I fixed it. It's working the way I need it to now. But yeah, minimap is now unusable. That's very noticeable. The more I look at it. PayPal just locked your account. If it's not used to you doing that on a site that you're not used to it doing that, then yeah, PayPal will do that sometimes. It's for your protection, as they say. Okay, so I have a question. Why is there... Oh, also baby sprites up here are very small. Or actually, no. Sprites up there in general are very small. Faces are just gone. Oh, wait. Oh, that one's kind of halfway there. See if I can unpause the game. Tiny dwarves. For the 10,546th time, there are no baby sprites in Dwarf Fortress currently for dwarves. Just for animals and non-dwarf entities. Yeah, it'll kind of do that. tiny adult dwarf sprites? I mean, like, once again, it appears that all of them here are just like up in the top left. Seems like all the sprites here are just broken. Oh, wait, hold on. There's one. You are not wrong. I don't think that's a tiny sprite. I think that's just the sprites missing. Elfie's just like a square floating. They take your wallet for protection. Well, we found missing no. Huh. That one's kind of funny. I'm upset. Okay, now all my sprites are disappearing. Are there sprites tiny, just like the dwarves? Yep. I wonder if this has anything... Hold on, let me try something. Scaling mode. Let's go... Okay, scaling doesn't seem to adjust anything. What about nearest neighbor? Oh, that just makes things worse. What's funny is, like, it was totally fine yesterday. I don't know what changed. I wonder if it's because I'm in full screen. Let's go back to windowed mode. I'm going to quit without saving. Let's see if it crashes. Hey, it didn't. We'll see if I have to restart the whole game. It's funny because like they just they slowly disappeared. They weren't there initially, but Cryptid Fortress, Pixel Fortress. I'm sure that's a video game somewhere, right? All right. Minimap's back, sprites are back. Let's jump back up to full screen. Okay, so it still broke the mini-map. There's no sprites on this screen. But I can still see the normal-sized dwarves running around, so that's good. Who needs the mini-map anyway? Uh-oh. Okay, so full screen's maybe not wise. You think it breaks when resizing? So, okay, let's try this. Let's exit without saving. I'm gonna leave the game full screen. I'm gonna close the game entirely, restart it, and try that. Pixel Fortress, we're at $4,000. Yes, and it's one room, and the toilet doesn't work. Pixel Fortress. Start taking notes for my bug report. This entire stream is a bug report. Just like take the VOD and just like DM it to Putnam. Some science today? Pretty much. Chat, we're gonna need lots of debugs in chat. Is that New York City? I was gonna say San Francisco, but... Okay, so minimap's still broken. Let's see if I can just unpause. Let's break it in as many imaginative ways as possible. I mean, potentially imaginative ways. Why are we gonna need a lot of beer today? What's the... I mean, the beer reasons are all over already. It was all from the crazy goddamn hype train earlier. I'm waiting for dwarves to start turning into pixel blobs. It does run so much smoother, though. help if I press the mouse button all the way in. I'm actually kind of curious about certain menus. Yeah, everything just feels so much better. Uh-oh. We lost the furniture sprites. I think dwarves are probably next. It seems to be when you start opening menus, things just start breaking. It's like when it has to load the sprites in other places. Like if I start selecting dwarves, then things start vanishing. Ezrandir, thank you very much for that second month. A high boot. Just waiting for dwarves to start showing up in pixels again. Uh-oh. Also, yeah, icons are very small. Itty bitty icons. I mean, for whatever it's worth. You know, actually, you know, I'm going to use my idiot, I don't know what I'm talking about theory. Do you think the assets just aren't high enough resolution? Because if it's not scaling them now, I wonder. That's why I'm wondering if I turn on, like, that and then restart the game, I wonder if that would work better. Blame the artists? I'm not blaming the artists, I'm just asking questions. It's a fair theory. Are they playing with resolutions? Oh yeah, no, it used, so previously the way the previous, I'm seeing some artifacting right here. We're about to get hit by an ad. Previously the way things work, as I understand it, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, which I probably am. The way it worked previously is when you'd zoom in and zoom out, it would just rescale the resolution. It's not doing that anymore. Oh, that's good. Mata, the human criminal, is visiting. Actually, I think you need to go to prison. I think that person stole something from us earlier. Maybe not. All right, well, let's turn off this full screen mode and restart the game. On the bright side, it's not crashing when I do that now, which is good. And let's see if that fixes it, and if that's the case, then I will just, you know, play in windowed mode, which I've been playing in for, you know, the last 8 years of my time playing this video game. He's gonna crime on us? Oh, trust me, they've been criming on me all the time. They've been doing all of the criming on me. See y'all in YouTube. You have a good sleep. Raz, thank you very much for the silly amount of support today. Yeah. Cheers, dude. Okay, so mini-map works now. Although, scaling doesn't... Uh-oh. Okay, so fiddling with scaling seems to break things. But the dwarf sprites are better now. I'm going to not fuck with the scaling again and just restart the game. I'm just going to leave the scaling on default. Just let it sit on automatic. Just let it do its thing. I'm really curious to see how fast saving is, for some reason. I don't know why I'm expecting that to be faster, but... An adamantine splint? Oh, damn! I would put that on a pedestal in the hospital to give the doctors inspiration. Maybe we can try and play? Okay, so minimap working. Good. I'm seeing dwarf sprites. Good, good, good. Animal sprites are normal. Good, good, good. The ostrich sprites are still ostriches. And experimental multi-threading is on. So let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes, chat room. Let's take a look at who's named, shall we? Well, obviously there's a very angry tamed goblin in the fort. A devilish potato is super angry, and I'm not totally sure why. Bored after being unable to practice martial art. Enjoys being in crowds, lives an orderly life, organized and neat, does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and works to square his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He rarely feels discouraged and often acts with compassion. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. Why are you upset? You are so happy. Oh, you got attacked. I mean, you're still, like, fixable. My screen is smaller? Whoopsies. Fixed. Because I adjusted the for windowed mode, but didn't flip it back over. What does multi-threading even do? It allows the game to process line of sight quicker. So it's hard to explain, but this feels so much smoother, and the frame rate is theoretically going to be more stable now. Theoretically. And also should theoretically just run faster with more dwarves. Theoretically. For me, the frame rate seems to be running about the same, but oh my god, the game moves slower, or smoother, rather. Like, everything about this feels so much better. Like, just moving the game around, because the actual frame rate itself is higher, like the UI frame rate is higher. Like, everything is way more responsive. I mean, obviously, this menu got more responsive in that beta branch, but everything just feels so much better. We are in experimental testing, and if you use this experimental branch, back up your saves. Words, yes. I assume these are correct words, Nutty Wombat. On certain monitors, yes. Death. On certain monitors, yes. I'm not using one of the... So on... the game runs like sandpaper on concrete if you're using a 4K monitor or like a 1440p monitor. I'm not, so I don't have those problems generally. But what I would say is I need to figure out why there's a baby here. there's a baby in my lava burning area for some reason. Wish your brain did that. Word. All right, baby, you can get out. Anyway, so this fort yesterday was running at about 40 to 42 frames a second. I made that high boot again. But it's just running so much more stable now. Baby is lava. Baby is not lava. Baby is crawling around lava. Baby just likes lava. Baby wants to cuddle with lava. Ral, the doctor, has created Gnome Gilut, an ibex leather high boot, and offers it to the armored boots. What a good name. I'm just going to real quick queue it up to be placed here. I love how we have boots made out of necromancer experiments. Mebzathat's eyes leather boot. Yeah, let's go read the description of that. This is an ibex leather high boot. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rectangular jet chat cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of echidna leather, pig bone, and malachite. On the item is an image of Lalor Rag Cunning, the dwarf in ibex leather. Of an eye? No, it's not like made out of a literal eyeball. That's just the name of those creatures. Does the resolution matter in windowed mode also? I mean, it just sets you to a default size. Although I was previously playing in 1600 by 900. Let's see if that makes the text look more normal. A little bit. See how that runs. Yeah, about the same. Those are all copper pots. Yeah, I've been using a lot of copper pots recently. But yeah, no, everything is just so much smoother. It's so nice. At 4K in ASCII mode, you can see the entire Z layer. Yeah, for a large map, yes. Forgotten Beast is fighting. It's beating the crap out of poor cave swallows. It's just going around and killing everything. All the giant cave swallows. But I think what I'm going to do today, I think my plan for this for today is we are going to expand this. I'm going to double up the size. Well, actually, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to go to work orders, and I'm going to queue up iron anvil. We're just going to make, let's say 8. Don't need 10. But we're going to read all the dwarves. We're just playing now. So once again, the dwarves are a devilish potato, Aegis, a shady necromancer, Baka Glass the sequel, Bastet, Casual Tea, Darius Cardrin, Dr. Naishi, Elfie Bean, Fight Attack, Gimli. Hey, Fight Attack is never mind. Still pissed off. I thought that they were less upset. Fight Attack who's still pissed. Gimli, Glass Half Empty, Jerry Gord who's getting pissed. Merlin Buff, MMO Junkie, Moose, Nerev, Pandasaurus Rex, Raging Cave, Ryo Shinkat, Shark Jumping Walrus, Talon Artho, Trimkoff, True Freak, Tyler, as well as Legalista, and I think that's everybody currently. You died. So, yesterday we had 2 Forgotten Beasts get into the fort, both with webs. So we lost a lot of people twice. So if you're dead, that's probably what happened. Yes, very fun. Very, very, very fun. We fought them right here. It was quite dramatic. So I'm in the process of making this lever to be able to lock them out from getting into here. And I'm also going to, like, connect little bridges to the other levels and then make other ways up and down so that, you know. Anyway. You made it through the first one, though? Yeah, you were a goddamn hero. Actually, hold on. I need to also check military dwarves to make sure that there isn't, like, military dwarves that lost their names. Yeah, no, you definitely didn't make it. Gonna move all of the dwarves to this squad. Might as well just have them all in one place. Because I only have that for military currently. A lot of civvies fought the beastie. Yeah, that too. It was a big old, like, cluster. I might actually make a video out of it. It might become another one of those fight videos that I've been making. Okay, so we are going to be expanding the magma forges. So what I'm going to do is, okay, so I got 2 options, I guess. I could build off of this magma forge and make it bigger, or I could just build another one. I'm kind of leaning on just building another one. I'm thinking we do something like this, like this, like this, and like seeing if I can just connect it to the bottom of this in a way that looks organic. And then we can make little doors going from one side to the other, put little windows through and all that jazz, make it look nice. Do the little things we do. Could have a little door right there. Could have, Maybe a door right there. Yeah, that'll work. Did the next broker get assigned? Celeste, unfortunately, we don't, do we? I was gonna say, you didn't make it, but yeah, Aral is our current broker, and then Pandasaurus is currently doing the bookkeeping work, and we don't currently have a mayor. We do need a champion, though, which, personally, I think we should give to Ryo Shinkat, who's a beast slayer. Ryo Shinkat, of course, killed the Forgotten Beast. But let's actually just check, how happy is Ryo Shinkat, aka Beast Slayer? We'll keep an eye, or maybe Spiderbane. Spiderbane's a little upset, though. Tyler's just, like, ecstatic with his life, so maybe we give it to Tyler. Make Tyler the champion. We'll see who stays happiest. Whoever is, like, the happiest dwarf in, like, in the military in the next, I don't know, 40 minutes or so, maybe can become the military dwarf here. Look at you, dwarf. I'm so proud of you. Grabbing his sword. What does the champion do? They go around and they perform lessons, sort of like a guild hall, if I'm not mistaken. So they go from, like, barracks to barracks, and they teach your military dwarves military dwarf things. So the champion's kind of like a quietly super useful thing that not many people use. I also realized yesterday that for some reason I've made this mistake of leaving my only butcher shop down in the basement down there. I need to move. I need to make another butcher shop. When people say civvies, my brain always thinks like civic duties because I played way too much Civilization for a bit there. Oh, wait, no, I have 2 butcher shops. Why do they keep butchering them downstairs? Does the champion have room requirements? That's a good question. I won't know until I assign one, and I'm not assigning one right now. You have to look that up on the wiki. I don't think so. They might. Also, hello, Cramp. But yeah, I can't wait until these improvements make their way into the main branch, just because of how nice just moving the camera around is. Like right now the game's like at 34 frames, right? Which is lagging a little bit because I'm doing a bunch of mining. But at the same time, moving the camera around doesn't feel like the game is lagging. You know what I mean? Like you know how the game just gets less and less pleasant to play as it slows down normally? I loaded up the hot potato save file, which was running at like 19, 18 frames a second on my computer. On the last version, it was running at almost 30, and moving the camera around on that save file just felt like you're sitting at 100 frames a second. So it's kind of like I'm super excited to the goblin. Chat, my tame goblin is getting beaten up by a child. I have a child who's tantruming and they're beating up our goblin. Poor goblin. Why are you doing this, kid? Why? Why did you beat up my poor goblin? Stop it. Stop beating up my goblin. My goblin did nothing wrong. Well, I know now you're just tantruming. I think the goblin's been taken to the hospital. Nope. Where goblin at? Don't tell me you killed my goblin. Nope. But goblin is going to the hospital. Oh, being carried to the hospital. There you are. Content after being able to rest and recuperate. Oh, there we go. I wonder, can I add the goblin to the hospital employees? Oh, Jesus, we don't have a doctor? Well, I need to fix that. Do have surgeons, do have diagnosers, do have bone doctors. Good. Yeah, in regards to the champion, I don't think they have room requirements. But keyword there is think. I don't remember them having room requirements. Yeah, I think it's really funny right now that currently Dwarf Fortress has 2 negative reviews because of the most recent update, not including any performance updates. It's just... I hope that those people don't completely abandon the game and just pay attention to what's actually going on in the game, because, you know, I think Kit Fox could do a little bit of a better job of communicating to people on the Steam page what's actually happening. But in their defense, Bay 12 doesn't do a good job telling them what they're working on, so. It's hard for the publisher to be up on things when they're managing multiple games, and then Bay 12 is just like, we're working on stuff. Bang, it's out. Kind of feels like it's just my job at this point to keep people alive and awake. Is adventure mode in the game yet? So on Monday, May Day, the 1st of May, they had their first meeting on what needs to be done to update and make the new UI work with adventure mode. So they started working on it on Monday, which, according to the last time I spoke with Tarn, which was a couple of days ago, he said that he hopes to have it out by the end of the year, and Zach agrees. Okay, so I will say it took me 3 clicks to clear that menu. I'm not sure if that's because it kept appearing or not, but... So is adventure mode in the game yet? No. It's not going to be in the game until, like, fall, at least. Or I would say probably around Christmas time at the earliest. What's up, Snowcastle? I recognize the username. You'll be able to see something. I personally, I don't think they'll get it out this year. Like, I expect it to be out, like, in a year. Like, my statement, and obviously, I don't work for Bay 12. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Don't take anything I say as fact. But my assumption is that it will take them a year. So when they start working on it, it'll be out a year after they start working on it. And it currently seems/sounds like they are going to be starting work on it, like, or they've just started working on it, right? So they need all of the art that's still missing for adventure mode, which also is going to be worked back in, which is like into fortress mode, which is like, you know, the weird foreign items that dwarves can't use, which currently don't have sprites in the game. So all that stuff needs to be done, because that stuff's way more prevalent in adventure mode, as well as like that. Took a couple clicks. I'm basically just looking for menus that feel laggy right now. But you know, they just added multi-threading to the game, so, you know, one thing at a time. Nutty Wombat, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back, dude. April 1st, 2024. How about April 2nd? Because I don't believe anything that happens on April 1st. Just like in general. I mean, Christmas, I'd be totally fine. Like adventure mode for Christmas would be phenomenal. You're a drunk person on the internet. Of course, you will believe everything you see and hear on the internet. Right. Okay. Universal basic income is the only solution to our existence, and we should ban light trucks in cities and invest in public transit. So you said you believe everything you hear on the internet, so I'm going to take this opportunity to push things that I think matter and donate money to Doctors Without Borders. No, don't fax things. That's very, like, 90s. My parents still fax things. You shouldn't fax things. Don't fax anything. And, except for maybe the government, I suppose. All right, so I can't really do this because I do have this pesky little storage area down here. You still fax things? What, like for work? Go rob some banks and donate monies to Doctors Without Borders. Okay, got it. Sweet. We'll get right to it. This works for me. Plausible deniability, I think. Anyway, jokes aside, though, I do feel pretty confident that we will have adventure mode in a reasonable-ish amount of time. But what I consider to be reasonable, I don't think is, like, you know, your average person's definition of reasonable. 90% of German bureaucracy is done via fax. Yeah, honestly, a lot of like basic government shit's done via fax. This is the STL2 build, and I'm running with the experimental multi-threading turned on. And it hasn't crashed yet. It crashed 4 times last night in about 5 minutes, so. And we did manage to break all of the sprites once. If your sprites are uber tiny, like if dwarves are showing up as a single pixel, restart your game with a different resolution. Don't jinx it. Knocked on wood. Celestia is trying to assist my inability to pronounce people's usernames. I appreciate this. Words are hard. This is very true, yes. Especially when you're talking about like blending multiple languages. So we just channel these out. That'll fill this up. Also, as far as language goes, you guys can literally speak whatever language you want in my chat as long as my mods can keep up. I don't really care. I think I'm just going to leave these obsidian walls up here just rough. I think is the plan. Just gonna leave them rough. All right, let's drop down here. Oop. Don't crash, chat. I want you to cross everything that's you're capable of crossing, except for the street, unless the walk sign is on. Let's hope it works. They're still waiting for the Linux build. It works quite well in Proton, but I mean, this is the Linux build, right? So theoretically, it should work now in experimental, but it's still broken as heck, so hopefully you'll have that soon. Hopefully the testing process for this goes quick and they push it out on the main branch quicker. So that all you folks who've been, you know, playing in a crappy, like, well, maybe not crappy, but suboptimal method of playing in Proton and whatnot, hopefully that all just works. Linux build is in prelim. What Putnam told me is that it's literally done. They just need this to be tested first. So once, like, this is done, they can push it out. It's like this, once this build is done, then that's next, which is, will take a couple days. But you prefer a native client? I've heard it, everybody I've been told who's been everybody I've talked to, that's the wording I'm looking for. Everybody I've talked to who's been using Linux says that Proton works better than wine, but although personally I'm a bigger fan of beer than wine, so, you know. A vile force of darkness has arrived and they are seeking a parley. Well, hold up. I'm just going to go find my my new construction here and just make sure that it's in the burrow, which it is. Good, good, good. Just make sure that everybody's in the burrow. It's still weird that you can't like remove everybody from the burrow after they're dead. And then we're just gonna wait for a moment. Let the dwarves run inside. Pull this lever. Pull this lever. And pull this lever. And we're gonna wait for this door to shut. Yeah, but I mean, it would work better if it's native, right? I'm actually really curious to know how well this experimental build runs on the Steam Deck. Actually really curious to know. Okay, that door's shut. Do we approve this request? No. All right, well, let's see what they do. As somebody who's running on Windows natively, I don't think so. Apparently one of my recruits is in prison, or I don't know why. Cool. Oh, side door's shut. That's a problem. Right, now that we want to stay shut. You're the one that we want to close. I pulled the wrong lever, actually. Also, what's up, C-Trix? How's things? Frog for hire, thank you very much for the 26 months on a 2-year streak. Hot diggly damn, dude. Goddamn long time. Goddamn long time. I'm real curious about how well the game runs with all the lava stuff going on. Can you get a proper siege from the caverns, or is it just the invaders from the deep with small squads? It's just the invaders from the deep with small squads. How'd I fix the minimap again? I set the game to windowed mode and then restarted it, and now I'm playing in windowed mode. Windowed mode seems to... So it seems to, like, adjust it to whatever your resolution is. But yeah, reload, like, saving, quitting, and reloading seems to fix it. For the itty-bitty mini-mappy problems. Your sprites are all squished. Restart your game. And also back up your save file, if you value it. It seems to just... Restarting it seems to fix it. And also, the borderless windowed has some weird bugs. I think, like, the full screen option has got something to do with the tiny sprites. But yeah, I really hope that whenever this patch goes into the main branch, Kit Fox screams about it real loudly. Because, like, it's getting a little bit difficult to be me and feel like I'm, you know, most of Dwarf Fortress's PR at this point. I don't like that. I don't think I should be trusted with that level of power and responsibility. All right. Also, man, I think that this is the first time since Dwarf Fortress launched that I am the only person streaming it. Full screen not menu mode contributed. Full screen not windowed mode contributed to an ocular migraine the first day you played DF. Weird. Yeah, I can't say I've seen any weird flickers. I play in windowed mode because OBS likes it more. Like, OBS can capture a window way quicker and easier than full screen for a lot of games. So I just use windowed mode for, like, everything. I play almost every game in a 1600 by 900 window. Almost everything. Like, currently, or up until this version, this experimental version, Dwarf Fortress hasn't even been compatible with direct capture. It's only ever been compatible with window capture. A direct capture just straight up didn't work because the game was so old. So it like OBS didn't know what to do with it. But Putnam was said something on the subreddit about weird flicker. Cramp, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Cheers, dude. Means a lot. Must have been payday or something. Everybody's being extraordinarily generous today. Keep on promoting. I ain't going anywhere. Full screen is in fact now borderless windowed. Putnam was saying something like in the experimental branch, full screen is borderless windowed because Putnam was saying that it was causing some really weird anomalies. So rather than continue dealing with said weird anomalies, it was just easier to like get rid of it. Yeah, chat. Today you guys have doubled my month's revenue so far. Now, granted, my month's revenue is since the 1st of this month. Nixie used to be rich. Congrats. Can I get a round of beers for that? So that's not a huge amount of time. That's what, 4 days, but still. Since Monday, yes. Ben, what kind of dwarf do you want? I'm keeping an eye on these goblins, so if you'd like to see the specific list, let me know. I keep convicting children of crimes, which I feel terrible about. You know, actually, I'm gonna falsely convict Nerev of 2 crimes. Because that dwarf is broken, and I'd rather just chain them up. Bearded crafter of some sort. I'll go by happiest, and I'll go first. Bearded crafter I see, who's not angry as all heck. Like, how's a bone carver sounds? Or a weaver? Bone carver or weaver? We've got Kumil, and we've got Zuglar. Zuglar or Kumil? Like the bone carver? Do we have a hammerer? Not currently. So, while children can be convicted of crimes, they can't get punished for crimes. So, hammerers do not go after children, and they do not put children in prison. There is a supposed unfinished mechanic where they're supposed to go, like, punished children are supposed to be put into the the daycare area, but that zone isn't in the game yet. Tarn's talked about what he wants to do for that. That's weak. Or well, at least it's not a weekend. Zuglar, Zegkaten, is now I can type. Chat room. I have a problem. I found a bug. I found a bug. I found a solution, but it's a little sketch. So in order to type in names, if I start typing, the hotkeys still work. So if I start typing, I turn my camera on and off all the time. Don't worry about that. If I start typing, it jumps the camera around. So, like, let's just say, Zuglar, the bone. Oh, no, now it's not doing it. What the heck? Okay, it doesn't do it. It doesn't do it there. But it does do it there. Okay. So, in the naming field, can somebody please clip this and send it to Prana? But in the naming field, hotkeys are still active. That's hysterical. So I'm now writing names in hard mode. No, not only after a certain length. I had caps lock on. So if I turn caps lock on, it's fine. So if I turn caps lock on and hold shift, because caps lock deactivates the vast majority of the hotkeys, except for the ones that are capitalized. So if I turn caps lock on and hold shift, then I can type. That's how I typed that in. Was with caps lock on and holding shift. That's actually kind of hysterical. Okay, so we're Fortress QA, hey? Now I'm going to disappear again. Don't panic, okay? I'll come back. He is somewhat scatterbrained, and he is very slow to anger. He is sometimes cruel, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He likes to take it easy, and he's quite polite. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to express natural tendency with his respect and martial prowess. He has an active sense of humor, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He is given to flights of fancy, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I hear a voice! It's in my head! Anyway, he personally values a harmonious existence and sees competition as wasteful and silly, and does not particularly value the truth and dreams of creating a masterwork someday. He likes marcasite gold and chrysoprase, snail leather, and giant muskox hoof, blue jay bone and rammy fabric, and floating guts, parchment, and maces and gorlax for their stimulating conversation, and the sound of the meandering mother, and the sight of the glimmer of glistening, and when possible prefers to consume hagfish wine, and absolutely hates lizards. He has what was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean shaven, and his hair is burnt umber, and his skin is dark tan. All right, so, no, that's not. Hi, Chad, did you miss me? But, so now we're going to, wait for these goblins to enter again. Oh, thank goodness you missed me. Yeah, the strange voice was reading Dwarf's descriptions again. Quite terrifying, really. Okay, at a glance, it appears that they are mostly inside the fort. I'm kind of tempted to double the size of enemy sieges, chat. Just for fun. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. For a second there, I thought when I zoomed the camera out, it was also, what's the word? For a second there, when I zoomed the camera out, it also, like, started the game lagging pretty considerably. Which it still is. I wonder if that's just because of the lava. Tiny siege this time? It's not that big of a siege. It feels small. I haven't actually looked. Yeah, it's quite small this time. Probably because we're removing most of their population pretty quickly. Okay. Game simulation speed. Not a huge fan of the lava, I think. Doesn't seem like it. All right, let's go back to constructing this. Let's see. What do I have for marble? 616 marble. Let's just go to blocks. What do we have? What do we have a lot of? A lot of obsidian, a lot of marble. Quite a bit of andesite, tons of basalt. Let's go with marble. So this platform here is just going to be marble. Marble. And this is just going to be an extension of the forges. It's mostly going to be on this side, so here I'm going to go that. that, 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 that. And those are going to be all the new forges, which I can, of course, add more onto later. Also do some on this side, there, there. Do one there. Then we're going to be covering everything else. So this like mass pathing to do these large constructions is a really good way to stress test this, because this is when like every dwarf in the fort is like, all right, it's time to run across the map and do a thing all in the same area. And previously that was very heavy on frame rates. So let's see if we get much slowdown while doing this. So keep an eye on the frame rate, chat, because previously I would lose like 8 to 10 simulation frames per second when I would do stuff like this, when I'd just be like, all right, let's queue up like 800 jobs all at once, get them to move all the way over here, do all of this, all of that, blah, blah, blah. Tolus, how's things? And looks like I have a ghost I need to deal with. Nope, still on the experimental with the multi-threading stuff running. Haven't had a crash yet. Knock on wood. If you retire a fort and start a new fort in that world, what happens to the retired one? Does it continue to progress? Population come and go. It can go to war. That fort can attack things. The actual layout will stay the same. The dwarves that live there will move around. So if you build a new fort in the same faction, then those... If you build a new fort in the same faction, then the dwarves from the... from that fort could move into your new fort. So say you go make the fortress of Lumpy Castle, and then you retire Lumpy Castle and make Bumpy Home Cave, then dwarves from Lumpy Castle could then move to Bumpy Home Cave and vice versa. So basically it's like you continue your persistent world, and if you had any memorable named dwarves, they may show up. Also, now that I think about it, I don't actually know if you can name dwarven forts that, but... All right. What am I making? I am expanding my forges. And also doing large construction jobs to check simulation speed. Consistency. Ghost. Tekid has risen. All right, well, we shall deal with Tekid. It's literally just armor that's not being used by the military gets put down here and then melted. That's all it is. There's nothing to explain there. It's literally, well, I guess I just kind of did. It's just for storage and then melting down. That is all it's for. Your frame rate got doubled? What resolution monitor are you running? Very good. What was your frame rate before and what did it go to? Sorry for 10 billion questions. Thanks you. Thanks you? That's not the word that you should say as a person. Thank you, Lennox. Nope, not really. Also, the vast majority of this armor I didn't make. 99% of this was brought in by goblins. It's all goblinite. And you didn't try to uncap it? I should uncap it. Goblinite, Green Boyite, whatever. It's all the same. But yeah, it's all Goblinite. I'm going to just plop a couple obsidian pillars into here. Just going to use the obsidian boulders that are lying around here. Although that one ended up being marble. Oh, that's fine. Yes. That's why I'm not allowing bins in that stockpile. Which, actually, I think I am currently allowing bins. But I don't have any bins in this fort, so... But I should disallow them, because I don't want bins in that stockpile. I was thinking about that yesterday and forgot. Thanks for reminding me. All right, Magma Forge. Steel Anvils. Hollow Knight! Pink Forges, let's go! Kind of don't want the one on the end there, though. And then I think I'm going to make a bars stockpile right here. Yeah, I'm very particular about where I use bins. And when I start making bins, usually, I go through every single stockpile and remove them. It's something that you kind of... I mean, you don't necessarily need to be careful about it, but, like... You're not going to run into many issues, but you will run into enough that they will get annoying after a while. Oh, right, yeah, I have to memorialize Jack Sparrow. My bad. Furnaces. Magma smelter. Make you out of mica. And mica. Are the goblins dead already? Oh, probably. The last few are going right now. Which means I can get this draining. Front door, that, yeah. Okay, sweet. Yeah, no, they are dead already. Those poor goblins, they rarely have a chance. Nice to have saved stockpile settings. Yeah, that's one of those things I'm kind of hoping DF Hack will get into the game before they get into the game proper. But yes, I saved stockpile settings and more consistent UI. Like, if you haven't yet, and you are into Dwarf Fortress, I highly recommend listening to the talk I had with Tarn the other day. Because, like, he made it very clear that he is super well aware of everything that we are annoyed with and tired of and want fixed / changed or updated. Because, like, I mean, he essentially brought up, like, everything. It's just, like, you know, better sorting of menus, like, remembering different UI choices for different menus and, you know, stuff like that. So, I have it in good faith that the game, or that we're through kind of the slow point of the past few months of development and things are going to speed up a bunch. Maybe my faith is misplaced, but I'm quite positive we're... Yes, we are in the new beta branch. I'm quite positive we're in a good spot. It's kind of a shame that I guess there will just always be portions of the fan base who just instantly default to, well, obviously, there's a lot of people who just kind of default to, the game isn't exactly where I want it to be right now, and thus it will never be because the devs are unaware or don't care, and that's just very much not true. It's just very much not true. You hope that you can full screen again in experimental soon. I mean, it's experimental for a reason, right? So, I expect you will be able to. I'm just excited to be able to full screen soon, period, because I haven't been able to play in this version, or I've never been able to stream Dwarf Fortress in full screen because OBS never captured it before. OBS just like straight up didn't know that it existed. It's like if OBS doesn't recognize something as like a capturable item, then like it doesn't matter how much you cry and bitch and moan. It's just never gonna work. Yeah, I guess I still don't fully understand the people who claim that Dwarf Fortress is unplayable right now. It's very much playable, but, you know. What's up, Conzit? Nice color choices. It looks like the lava's casting a warm glow over it. It's going to be real cool once the lava flows through this, I think. It's going to be real nice looking. Is it just a higher resolution? I'm not a technical person, so I'm not the person to ask. As I understand it, using words I'm stealing from other people that I don't fully understand, it's giving us graphical acceleration, so instead of rendering the graphics on the CPU, like it was previously, it now renders the graphics on your graphics card. Weird, right? Weird concept. Anyway, supposedly that's what it is, doing differently. Not dangerous in the slightest unless you have, like, things that will cause your dwarves to dodge into the lava. It also just got a pretty hefty slowdown a moment ago. So as long as your dwarves aren't going to dodge into the lava, it's quite safe. I am making a magma forge. I'm expanding my lava forge. Pull this lever. So that this has free flow here. Another pretty decent stress test. Look at that. We're running at almost 60 frames. For me, that's kind of great. The problem is with the clear glass, you can see the numeric amounts underneath it, which kind of bothers me. I wish you couldn't see the number. So I suddenly feel like I need to turn off the numeric amount, so I find myself not putting glass over lava very often because of that. I don't like seeing like a large number 7 underneath my floor. It just looks weird. Urist always has the high ground. Just remember this. Urist always has the high ground. So you guess work stopped blocking Twitch? Hey! Welcome back. Missed you, dude. Also, Jerry Gord, you have to be getting bloody close to unlocking another one of my paywalls.
First.
Gosh. First resub of the day, first chat message of the day, first viewer of the day. How are you doing, Baka Glass? Everybody's favorite first viewer. What's up, dude? We're just getting all this smoothed up. And we're going to let these dwarves out. Thursday is meetings all day at work, a.k.a. Dwarf Fortress Day. The best day of the week. Are you working from home? Just like sitting in a Zoom call playing dwarfs? You know, honestly, I feel like Dwarf Fortress is the original I'm definitely working video game because you know you put it in ASCII and nobody notices. Snowcastle, if you follow the channel and aren't subscribed, you can't use the emotes, but you can use Crypt Burr, which is our follower version. It's drawn in MS Paint by one of my mods. And probably better than normal beer, frankly. It's beer, but not quite. It's like beer if you know, you MS Paintified it. Molotov, thank you very much for VGC. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. It's not Video Games Chronicle. What's VGC stand for? Video Game Community? Jerry Gord, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Snowcastle. Cheers. And drawn white background gang. Yeah. I need to swap Crypt Potato back over. Almost second hype train of the day. All right, so we are going to channel out. So this has full access to the volcano. One layer above, I'm going to channel down there. That is going to let the lava flow in here. It's a goodie. Maybe we'll leave it. I don't know. It was the MS Paint lurk emote previously, but okay. Stop walking that way, dwarves. You're making me nervous. Okay. I'm just going to go. Do not walk into the lava pit. It's a bad. That's it. It's just a bad. Maybe don't walk into the lava pit. Lava pit's about to get kind of hot. Okay, guys, come on. Dwarves, you're stressing me out here. Don't do that, please. You gave me more sub than your vacation will cost? Wait. I mean... Oh, I see. You gave more sub. Not you specifically. I mean... Jerry Gord's a very generous person. Jerry Gord, I think, has single-handedly covered my rent once or twice. At this point. This is just gonna slowly fill out. Ready to be your first tier 3 sub. Okay, so once that hits that, we'll be safe. I would, not to be mean, but I think that Jerry Gord's probably a gourd, not a bean. So like, you know, like a butternut squash or like an acorn squash or a spaghetti squash. Right in the username, though. Like, you're a bean, Jerry Gord's a gourd, obviously. And where's my potatoes? Well, we've almost got a meal. We just need a steak or something. I don't think that's the intention, but all right, let's place one more pillar right there. And a pillar at the end of this. Hey, god damn it. Darn. You doofus. Yeah, because you're a Corvid, right? Artifact has been started. They've claimed a Stonecutter's workshop. I guess I will start up another one of these for old You know, like Tekkit says, in order to make a magma forge, you gotta break some dwarves. Doran. Kess? Oh, I see. There we go. On the bright side, though, this will all start working pretty soon. Oh, wow. That button no work. Does it work on these ones? Okay, so it works on these ones. Because they have fuel. Maybe it doesn't work on these because they don't have fuel yet. Well, it's time to pretty this place up just a little bit. We're going to put some statues along it. What even is that? Is that a rabbit person? These are all golden statues. I love all of the statues of purring maggots. I just assume that they're all made by dwarves who hate purring maggots. My general assumption, usually. Doran is very much poof, not proof of this. Okay, and then up here, getting a little bit of frame rate lag now. Like the UI's lagging ever so slightly. This is going to be for bars and blocks, but just metal. Yeah, just metal bars. That's all it's going to be for. Well, we do in fact have our first casualty of the day. But you swing and miss. To be fair, that's what I thought it was up until about 5 seconds ago. That's just a statue. You know, I haven't seen the King Cobra sprite yet. I love that the statues are like a way to see a variant of the sprite that isn't that like is just one solid color. Like I haven't seen the King Cobra the sprite yet. It's kind of cool. It's an exceptionally designed image of a King Cobra by Goodall. And this is what? Oh, it's a grasshopper man. I thought it was a bunny. A grasshopper man. If you ever wonder what a grasshopper man looks like, there he is. Fatality's a fighting game player, though, who puts his name on motherboards for some reason. Or the statue of a fly. It's the best statue. What's to the left of the King Cobra? That is a purring maggot. Dwarves milk them and make cheese out of the milk. God, the fact that those don't work is infuriating. Yeah, it's quite literally because they aren't full yet, though. So we'll just let that keep filling. It is doing its thing. It's filling slowly. And then right here, I'm going to just dig that out, and we're going to make stairs going down. Yeah, there's a few dingoes. Dingo. That's a llama. Dingo. 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 Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dingoes. There's a few people who've made some pretty good what's it called? Color keys, color codes, like color somethings for Dwarf Fort, so that you can just like get a consistent look at what your colors are, what your color options are, see them all on one map, like the names of them next to them. Buffalo wings and a burger and fries. Hell yeah! I had some pretty good pub food the other day. A pretty good burger. Nice veggie burger. Nice bean patty. Pretty good. All right. Hope you guys approve of my new lava forges. It should spring to life momentarily. Where do you find such a thing? Did I pin it on my Discord? I can't remember. I posted it in DF Talk on my Discord not too long ago. There was one. Let me scroll up a little bit, see if I can find it. It wasn't too long. It was like maybe a couple days ago I posted it, so it shouldn't take me too long to scroll up. It was like over the weekend I found, like a weekend or so ago that I found one. I should have pinned it. Ooh, here it is. I can pin this if you guys like. Yeah, they're all gold statues. I got a surplus of gold here. It's kind of fantastic, isn't it? So, shout outs to Dzodric. Yeah, it was posted on the subreddit a couple days ago, and I reposted it onto the Discord. I will pin it. It is now pinned in the DF Fort Talk, in the Dwarf Fort Talk room on Discord. All right, let's also get some furnitures. This is going to be another dining hall, I think. And we will throw some more of this. So you can gaze upon the hot lava and the crafts dwarf ship of the dwarves whilst eating your snacks. It'll be a lovely, lovely lunch spot. Hottest dining hall in the fortress of Heatstone. Oh, really? Let's make your ace right. I mean, it's literally just a palette for you. What's up, Ageto? And also, it's linked in chat right there, so you could just click that and download it. That's what I recommend doing. Don't like dedicate yourself to like checking my Discord for color palettes. Just download it. Way more efficient. And then these are all diorite or andesite. Yeah, so andesite and diorite is what I'm using here. So this can just be another dining hall. I'm getting some frame rate slowdown right now. Doesn't feel fantastic, but it's still playable. And you can be for prepared meals and drinks. You were going to join anyway? Oh, there you go. Everybody wins then. Assuming they're just gonna use that marble. They might not, but... I love how this dwarf leaves their pants on the table that they just constructed. It's like, you've just constructed a table there, dwarf. Oh, gotta drop pants. Gonna go get new pants, probably. Yeah, definitely gonna go get new pants. Just got their notification that their pair of pants were ready over at the Weavers. Unmet need of help someone. So the best way to keep that need met, and I feel horrible doing this, so I never do it, is put a bunch of beehives around the top of your stairs. Dwarves will get beehive stings and run to the hospital, and then the doctors will wash their cuts. And they can get scarring from it sometimes, but generally it generally doesn't cause permanent damage. Although they can like lose an eye from bee stings. And that gives the doctors super happy thoughts about getting to help people. It gives some dwarves unhappy thoughts because they have to rest and recuperate, but it gives other dwarves happy thoughts for having to rest and recuperate. So in general, it's a positive thing. I just don't like doing it because I feel terrible. Because like I don't like getting stung by bees. Monday's so chaotic. Is today your Monday? I would just say because Mondays are generally chaos. Okay, so that's copper stairs. I don't want those made of copper. Let's just nuke those. I want those to be made of marble. Okay, we've brought large pots over, but they're empty. Monday is a societal construct. This is true. Mondays were invented by Garfield's marketing team, actually. It's also fantastic diagnosis XP. So's a Diagnoser Guild Hall. I'd rather just make it diagnose. You could also just make a Diagnosis Guild Hall. I can't speak words in the correct order today, apparently. Chad, do you ever have days where just speaking is difficult for some reason? So that's today for me, apparently. Don't we already have demons? Wait, what? What, in this fort? No. Don't dug too deep. We did get necromancer experiments attacking, but that's necromancy technically. Gosh darn it, this child. Unib, who are your parents? I might just, unless you're, it might still just be this one child I literally can't do anything with. Okay, Unib, who are your parents? Right, so I can't expel this child because their parents are dead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch this child until they go to bed. And then I'm going to lock the door. Speaking of biomes, you generated a world this morning. You have to check the area. It's mirthful or terrifying or haunted. I mean, I could also, like, make a room with a lever at the door and tell them to go pull it, but... You should get a Necro Kid, right? No? No, you don't. And the reason you don't is because necromancers are undead, technically. And undead things can't multiply. Dwarf Fort. Same with vampires, I think. I'm pretty sure vampires can't have kids. It's why their skin changes colors, because technically they are undead. You ever forget basic words so you have to substitute word instead, like calling it plate laundry instead of doing dishes? I can't say I've ever had that happen, no. Isn't that like a symptom or side effect of having severe ADHD? I seem to recall reading that somewhere. Because were creatures aren't undead. Then they eat the kids. Yeah, where creature mom would definitely eat kids. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that's like just a symptom of ADHD. Plate laundry? Plate laundry is pretty good. Not gonna lie. Plate laundry is pretty good. Generally, at this point, I just kind of blame it on living alone and, like, not having other humans to converse with on a regular basis. Certainly sometimes screws up my ability to brain. Oh, also Dwarf Fortress is 10% off because of Kit Fox's 10th anniversary sale. And something to keep an eye on is on Monday, I think at 5 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. Pacific. Maybe it's 5 p.m. Eastern. Sometime on Monday, Tarn will be on Sal's stream. I think on the Kit Fox channel. Doing some Dwarf Fortressy things. I think it's kind of neat that the Caves of Cud is part of the Kit Fox Games anniversary sale. Also, go buy Caves of Cud if you haven't. It's 10% off. Great game. Fantastic game, even. Net Hazard. I can't give you a dwarf right now because, oh, it's done saving. What kind of dwarf would you like? How's the speedy update? It hasn't crashed yet. Knock on wood. Although the major crash I was getting last night, I sent Putnam the save file and she said that she fixed it. Oh no! A duck died of old age. F's for old ducky. Old Thob, the Drake. Sad days. Knocks on wood, the table just goes donk and drops down a layer. Any dwarf is fine. Okay, I'll give you somebody happy. Beard or no beard? Would you like a boy or a girl dwarf? A man or a lad or a laddie? What would you prefer? But yeah, no, so far it's pretty great. Everything feels faster. Like, my frame rate isn't that much higher. Like, my simulation frames aren't that much higher, Silvershe. But the using all of the UI feels better. Panning around the world feels better. Things are generally running like 5 or 6 frames faster. Like, it's not running that much faster for me. The large jumps you'll get are going to be on... Ooh, strange mood still happening. Hold up. What are you missing? Skeletons. Of course. It's always skeletons. I'm gonna slaughter 2 ducklings. No beard, preferably a lad. Okay. Let's go with... Give me a doctor named Volbach. Oh, no. Okay, well... Okay, it's really hard to type in names right now because for some reason on this beta branch, on this experimental build, if you start typing in the name direct category, it keeps all hotkeys turned on, so it's tricky. She's impervious to the effects of stress, and she finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. She tends to think before acting, and she often feels discouraged, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She has a greedy streak, and she occasionally overindulges, and she likes to take it easy, and she is often cheerful, though she remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. Like this music. She's brave in the face of imminent danger, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she likes to return favors. She is curious and eager to learn, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she commonly winks as a form of greeting. She bites her nails when she's bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working out. She does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and she doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and she personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. She is disgusted by merrymakers, and she values honesty, and she doesn't care about nature one way or another. Oh, another thing that's coming in this build is moddable music, meaning I can't wait for somebody to take, like, the entirety of Simon's previous Dwarf Fortress music and putting it up on Steam as a mod. Like, can someone get to that? Please, get that done. Like, that needs to happen. Personally views tranquility, is disgusted by merrymakers and values honesty and doesn't care about nature one way or another. In terms of raising a family, likes gold, electrum, and rubicile, II leather and sheep wool and naff fabric and bolts and leather armor and beds and amulets and blue pea fowls. I thought the game was... I'm pretty sure the game was just paused, but it still said it was play. Likes the style of lace and the rite of glimmer of glistening, and when possible, she prefers to consume giant leopard gecko and long yam plants and purple amaranth beer and bumblebee royal jelly, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. And her slightly wide-set aquamarine eyes are deeply sunken. She has a deeply recessed chin. She has a scratchy voice, and her hair is somewhat greasy. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and her teeth are crowded. Her eyelashes are short, and her burnt umber skin is slightly wrinkled, and her hair is copper with a touch of gray. Also, I'm very amused by something, so I'm just gonna read this. This is a set of DMs I had with Putnam yesterday. She just said, I said, I got no music at all. Don't know if that's intended. She goes, absolutely not, because I wasn't getting music. And then I said, crash, send her the save. And she goes, I'm not getting the crash so far, but it's something even weirder. Oh dear. Oh geez. Okay, I see the problem. It's going through every unit and every job removal. Oh gosh. Okay, so 10,000, because I was getting crashes when I was quitting. And she's like, that's 10,000 units and over 1,000 jobs. There we go. I'm like, so it's fixable. It's like, I got the crash. It's unrelated. It's subtle, but I have methods to fix it. And then it was like, it was in fact so subtle that I fixed it. It was a 1-line fix. 0 lines, actually. Swap the two. Literally, like, fix the crash by swapping 2 lines of code. Streaming is fun. You still get, is still very much true for you. You love each day you're working on your stuff. Hell yeah. I love how it was like, oh no, this is bad. Oh no, this is very bad. Oh no, this is very, very, very bad. Oh, it's actually not bad at all. I just need to swap 2 lines. Yay. I love doing free QA. Sounds about right. Yep. The funniest thing to me about Putnam is how much personality Putnam shares with, like, Toady One. It's like the two of them type similarly. It's like, A12 literally just waited for somebody who's just like, ah, yes, this person, it, like, mimics the current dev team's personality to a degree. Our savior, yes. What would we do without thee? All right, so we are just going to start making silver warhammers. Let's just do 400 silver warhammers, because I'm pretty sure I have about that much silver. You can't convince me that coding isn't a form of ritualistic magic. I mean, It isn't yet. If we forget how it all works and then have to, like, relearn everything in life, then yeah, it'll become ritualistic magic. I think this might be one of my favorite rooms in the fort currently, chat. This might be one of my favorite rooms in the fort right now. And I think we'll do maybe a guild hall right here. Because, like, this up here is what? This is a weaponsmith's guild. This down here can just be blacksmith, maybe? Yeah, I could see that. Farming being a form of ritualistic magic. Magma egg. Well, we've got the fish room, and then we've got the egg room. I think anything can be ritualistic magic if you, like, brain spasm it enough. If you think about it hard enough to the point where your brain starts to hurt, it can become ritualistic magic. It's just like you can't convince me that birds are real. You just can't. If you brain it hard enough, anything is true. This is why image boards are able to, like, convince themselves of some, like, ludicrously stupid things. But turns out, talking about how coding is ritualistic magic is significantly less harmful than other things. Okay, so we are melting down chain leggings. Good, good, good. You can squeeze into opinion into your noggin. Yeah. You try hard enough. Might start an esoteric... BRB starting an esoteric cult. Might put some grates on the ground so they can just skip across. Oh, I know what this needs. Yeah, that definitely needs some gold grates. Let's do gold grates, and let's just do 15 of them. We'll make some gold grates, and then I'm going to place those along here, and then along the bottom down here, we're going to do gem windows. Also, I need to check in on that artifact again. Did you get skeletons yet? Okay, these are still hard to scroll through. No skeletons yet. Why? Why no skeletons? I guess ducks don't have enough skeleton? I butchered a duck. Do you want me to butcher another duck? Do enemies break through windows? They're supposed to. I don't know if they do currently. So they did in previous versions, but maybe ducklings don't give a skeleton. In that case, that dwarf's just dead. I'll slaughter 2 more ducklings, but... Also, I need to check something. This dwarf is currently chained. This dwarf is currently haggard, is repentant while confined, which means me convicting Nerev of a crime might actually fix them. Shoutouts to Dwarven Therapy. Hell yeah, Mark. You can now Tommy Wiseau again. When people say, oh, hi, Mark. I think we need a walkway up on this layer that goes over top of here that looks down into this. Maybe that's where the king's quarters should be if we ever get that. Is like the king's quarters will be connected up here and like it can look down into here. Somebody's streaming over on KitFox? David and developer of 6 Ages and Tanya are streaming over on KitFox because it's KitFox's 10th anniversary right now. Yeah, they are. They're doing 6 Ages. You know, I just noticed this because I'd forgot it existed. I forgot that they made that I made this. I made this Dwarf Fortress team a while ago. And I don't think KitFox ever did anything with it. That's a shame. Mr. Tapak, hello. Dwarven therapy equals beer? Going into prison right next to really, really, really nice statue is pretty therapeutic for many dwarves. Just use copper, that's fine. Peeking in for a bit. You're in prison, Nerev, because your dwarf kept tantruming. So I put you in prison. And you seem to be happying up a little bit. You are repentant currently, which is very positive. So hopefully you continue to be repentant and repent of your sins entirely. And, you know, become friend and happy. Or something. But I'm currently convinced that it might save you. The Forgotten Beast Sinsot Zagod Stukos has come. A huge hairy slug. It has thin wings of stretched skin and a gaunt appearance. Its mauve its mauve taupe hair is long and shaggy. Beware its deadly spittle. Oh. It's on a tree. It's a giant flying slug. I think we can fight that. What do you think, chat? Break out the salt. Break out the silver hammers. Ooh. It found cavern dwellers. Old men below gunner. Which means they're probably going to win. We'll see. Chat, who do you think is going to win, Slug or Old Men? Forgotten Beast moves down into the fight, is now fighting with the Old Men. The Old Men are shooting a lot of bolts at it. It seems to have killed... How many Old Men? It's killed 2 Ulm people. Now in fight with the third one. Fourth one? Refresh the screen. 4 kills. 4 Ulm people. It feels nothing after being attacked. But I would like to butcher this thing, because if I can butcher this thing, then I can save that dwarf. Going to send you down here. Turn this off. Currently, Beastie should hopefully turn around and fly towards the... Actually, did I even make this accessible? Okay, yes, it is currently accessible. But I would like to butcher it so that we can save that dwarf. What is an olm? It's kind of like they're in the salamander family, are they not? After a Google search, olms look like this. Don't worry about that. That's not an olm. This is an olm. They are like they got cute little eyes. They've got external gills. I think they're blind, aren't they? Because axolotls can see, whereas olms can't. Yeah, they don't have eyes, but they're like a weird salamander snake thing. Is an olm. They're funny looking. I like olms. Speaking of olms, the stonecutter has gone berserk. So rest in peace to the stonecutter, who is no longer our friend. Is in a berserk rage, is running into the fort. Who are you related to? Doran. Darius is your husband. Sorry, Darius, but your wife just went insane. My military just stabbed you to death. Man. What a shame that. What a shame. If you think a tapeworm is cute, my guy, this is slightly disturbing. That is a tapeworm. Olms are cute, okay? So, I disagree. Those don't even look remotely similar. Sorry, Gustav. Why would I even show it? Because Olms look nothing like it. I'm defending the good name of our friend Olm, okay? The dwarves are now in combat with the beastie. Moose, in fact, bites the Forgotten Beast in the body, bruising the fat. Moose latches on firmly, and then the Forgotten Beast breaks the grip. And, hold on, did you just bite it to death? Hold on. Okay, bashed it in the body with an iron warhammer, bruising the brain. Well, good for them, I'd say. Good for them. That should lock the outside, yep. Rip. Our boy Sluggy. And there's a, what'd you call it? A slab that needs slabbing. He got slugged. Yep. I don't think I don't know. I do remember hearing something at one point about there being some controversy with some celebrity ingesting a tapeworm as a form of like losing weight quickly, but I don't know if that was ever like an official like dieting thing. That sounds something like some medieval thing. I do remember, this is pretty not safe for life, seeing a video ages ago of a person who was an adult performer taking their clothes off and a tapeworm falling out of their rear. Yeah, tapeworms are pretty distressing. I'm not a fan. Humans are gross? Yep. Yep. Personally, I'm a big fan of olms, though. Olms are adorable. I think that... Wait, what? Did Dwarf just die? I just... Weird. I didn't see what that alert was. Nature is horrific? Yep. Like all of those videos of like parasitic worms coming out of insects, like grasshoppers, where it's just like parasitic worm coming out of grasshopper, and it's like that long, and the grasshopper was like big. It's like the worm that comes out of it is like 6 inches long. It's like Nature is Metal is a very good subreddit, yeah. 92 meat we got from the slug beast. I am concerned about the fact that we got, holy crap, that's heavy hair. That is upsetting. Oh yeah, no, if you cut them, they turn into more, yeah. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger.
Good morning. Nature is terrifying.
Nature is terrifying, but also fascinating and kind of awesome, so. Yeah, I too would like to change off of worms. Can we like, can we talk about how there's a loony on my desk? Yeah. Proof of my Canadianism. And can we all just like agree that olms are adorable? Come on, olm's adorable. Does the center metal come out? It's a coin. Why would the center of it come out? And they don't come out on toonies either. I mean, toonies are made with 2 different materials, but the centers don't come out. I don't know, was it the original ones? I know that happened with one, like, novelty. I think it was, like, the Olympic ones for 1 year. I can't remember what year it was. But I do remember them popping out, but it was, like, not a normal coin problem. In coin anti-fandom. What is anti-fandom? Sounds unhealthy. Is a fandom that's against another fandom? Is that like the Spider Bro subreddit and the Nope subreddit? The Spider Bro subreddit that's like, oh, a spider's cute. And then the Nope subreddit that's like, it's a spider. Ah, kill it with fire. Or like the Spider Bro subreddit and the Kill It With Fire subreddit. What's the anti-fandom of Sonic? The Sonic fandom, I think? What's up, Old One Gray? Money collecting? I mean, isn't that just called having a savings account? I understand coin collecting. It's like collecting any piece of history. It's like little historical artifacts. Like old, like antique coins are super fucking cool. I have no interest in doing it. I just happen to have a loonie on my desk. And I've had a loonie on my desk for like 2 years because I don't clean my desk enough, I guess. Actually, I think I have a loonie on my desk because somebody asked me to prove that I was Canadian, so I went and grabbed the loonie. Said, I have a loonie, I'm Canadian, or something. First big long commitment fortress, you managed to get lucky and embark right next to a volcano with trees. Cool. Well, I mean, if you're gonna floodgates with lava, just make sure you use lava-safe materials like obsidian. Materials that won't melt when lava touches them. We need a craft Dwarf guild, okay. Child is stumbling around obliviously. Well, that was the child that was tantruming for a while, so it's probably for the best. Dwarf is... come back from the dead. Hold on a second. I wonder, do I already have labs for these? Oh, no, but I do have one for Kvish. You really want to learn this game, but the loop of stumbling... so demotivating. What do you mean by problem? The basics of how to run a fort are very simple. You need booze and bedrooms. That's about it. The dwarves will get by and be pretty much okay without that, without anything else. You just need alcohol and bedrooms, that's it. And then, like, your key to learning games like this is just reset a lot. Like, just keep resetting. Reset, 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 reset. Just reset. Just keep resetting. Loons are amazing birds. Some of my favorite birds. Very, very, very pretty calls. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is just a game about trial and error. Like, it's like learning any game like this. But if you need help, just like hang out and chat and ask questions. You know, whenever you run into a problem, just be like, "Chat, what do?" Bah! And we'll probably have an answer. I like geese too. There's a picture of me on the internet somewhere last summer lying down in a field full of geese. Like, there's just geese everywhere. And, like, the highest rated comment, I'm pretty sure, is just like, and that was the last time Blind was ever seen. Never saw or heard from him again. He died that day. Can I do hand calls for loons? No, not really. I used to have a whistle that mimicked the sound that loons make, and it was pretty convincing. Geese are super chill in my experience if you don't have children or a dog. And I'm not a child and I'm not a dog, so I generally don't have problems with geese. But like if a small child or a dog walks by, it's kind of hysterical because you see all of the geese hold up the wings, start flapping, going at a distance. But like, you know, just don't chase them and don't move suddenly, and yeah, they're pretty chill. Yeah, they turn into cobra chickens if they see a dog. And like I said, I don't blame them. I'm scared of dogs too. Not true, I'm not. You're the same, honestly, kids and dogs. You just hold up your wings and you flap at them and hiss whenever you see dogs and kids. Child, run away! Ah! Swans are exactly the same as geese. They're just white. Although there's also white geese. So, at least the way they operate and behave, they are identical. You hand-fed some swans with legends and they hissed constantly while happily accepting the food? That's funny. Double standards. Hiss at me while you eat the food that I hand to thee. Alright, so I need a craft store guild hall. Thinking we cram it in here. kind of thinking about just cutting out, like, most of this and putting a Craftsdwarf's Hall in this area, kind of on the with like a lava beach, so they get to see the metal crafters while they're operating. I think that'll be pretty cool. Quail are adorable, and quail eggs are delicious. My life goal is to raise chickens and quail. If you get the right quail, they literally look like fucking Pokemon. They are cool as hell. They look like they're about to go to war. Like, they have like little head, like, what are they called? They have like little mohawks in some cases. Like, they look awesome. It's like quail just look like they're out of the Warriors, the as in the movie, The Warriors. Plan to have ducks and quail. I've heard weird things about taking care of ducks. Like, they can be really finicky. But same with quail. Not housed yet? Yeah, no, the quail would kill the ducks. I need to Google Californian quail. Californian quail. But yeah, in order for me to actually, like, complete that goal in life, I need somebody who can, like, drive, because I can't drive, and in order to have animals, you basically need to be able to drive. Wow! They have little doobles on their forehead. That's adorable. Look at that. They have little doohickeys on their forehead. I love it. It's great. Oh, he's so proper. Look how straight he's standing. You know, they kind of... Okay, you know what this looks like? I'm going to be really mean to quail for a second. This looks like a pigeon who put on a suit to go to a nice dance. You know what I mean? It's like... It really looks like a pigeon that, like, put on a suit for a fancy event. It's like a pigeon in its Sunday clothes. Fancier than fancy pigeons? Yeah, no, totally. Yes, I've seen pictures of... I've never seen a fancy pigeon, but I've seen pictures of fancy pigeons. Used to get those in your lards? Really? Alongside divorced birds. I need to go look up that subreddit now. Kind of hungry. I had lovely toast for breakfast, but I'm kind of hungry. It's been a long week, chat. We started the week off real hot, with some crazy amounts of money being raised for charity. And then after that, I swore every single day this week I was only going to stream for like 7 hours. And every single day this week, I've streamed for 10 and a half hours. It's like, ugh, taking it hard mode this week. Speaking of really goofy looking birds, can we just talk about kiwis for a second? And maybe just like appreciate kiwis for a second? Because kiwis are such goofy looking birds. It's like somebody took two different animals and glued them together. That one animated short. I think I know which animated short you're talking about. Yeah, I can see that. That was the one thing I liked about Path of Exile, actually. I played Path of Exile for a little bit in the early beta, and the one thing I got out of it was for finishing the first area in the open beta, I got a limited edition kiwi pet, which was just a kiwi. I had that. I was like, that's really cool, because like the devs are from New Zealand. But never really played it beyond that point. They also jive instead of walk. Birds that don't walk, they dance are some of my favorite things in the world. It's like, look at you goofy looking birds dancing around. Let's pull this lever. Get this closed. Yeah, I can't get super heavily into games like that. They're just it's too much for me. I had a bunch of friends at the time that were playing it and enjoying it, so I tried for a bit. I didn't last too long though. I basically played like the opening zones in the beta and was like, cool, and I haven't touched the game since. Really. But I'm also kind of happy I don't play it because like it seems to be one of those games where the community is just constantly mad at it, and honestly, I think I've grown enough in my life that I don't want to play games like that anymore. It's like if it's a game where the community is just constantly pissed for insert reason here, yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. Like Dwarf Fortress kind of has that a little bit to a degree. Like there are some people that are like just constantly mad at Dwarf Fortress, but it's much less common. Dodos are weird. Dodos, well, I mean, number one, if you find a dodo, it's an extinct species, which means you probably found the last dodo, so you definitely shouldn't touch it. You should call a scientist or a cop, or something, because somebody is like breeding animals that don't exist anymore. Cutest animals are 2 syllables. Human is 2 syllables. Don't disagree then. Although, are chickens cute? Chickens are pretty awesome. Well, maybe not the cops, actually. Probably animal rescue or something. They'd know what to do. Not as cute as ducks. I don't know. Ducks are kind of like the dolphins of the bird kingdom. I don't know how much I like ducks, to be honest. Although I'm a big fan of wasps, so I don't know if I should be trusted when it comes to like deciding what kind of animals are cute and not, because I like wasps. Unfollow. I have a reason for liking wasps. I grow stuff in a garden. They're not cute, but I grow stuff in an organic garden, so we get like pests and whatnot. We get like, slugs and caterpillars and little beetles and things that eat your plants. And the best thing in the world is watching a slug sit on the bottom of your cabbage and go. And then you see a fucking hornet. This hornet just goes, and like the real big black ones, like the big mean ones, the ones that are like always like super fucking aggro and just like and push you away and whatnot, but just fly up to it, land on the slug, and just pick it up, take it, and fucking fly away with it. Best thing ever. I love them. They are the best animals. It's so fun to just sit there and watch them. I probably would be straight. Squatchin, I think is how you say your name. Straight Squanichin. I probably would be into aquaponics, but I'm not allowed to have fish tanks, so I can't really grow things. I do have a wine bottle and a jar with a bunch of plants growing in them. Yeah, that's fair. Bees, I don't fully understand. I wish people would learn to abolish their phobia of bees. I've literally pet bees before. Like, you can pet bumblebees, and they just, like, sit there and look at you. They're like, what are you doing? They're the cutest little buggers. I love bees. Bees are so cute. Honeybees, bumblebees, mason bees, any bees. Speaking of bees, though, goddamn thieves. What's your proper place? Was this one that was left, like, oh, man. Left in the library? Leaving little shits. Both. Wasps and hornets are iffy. The scary thing about wasps is wasps can sting you unprompted, or will sting you just for like invading their space. Like for me, wasps, I treat them like bears. You know, you see a bear, you walk away, right? For me, like a bee is kind of like a deer. Like they're not going to just walk up to you and kill you, right? And they're not going to like attack you generally. And if you see them like acting threatened, you back up and give them their space, but generally they're chill and they'll just sit there and eat the grass and whatnot. That's kind of how I treat bees. Soil. I've never soiled myself encountering a bear. Although the scariest encounter I ever had a bear was on my bicycle. I was riding my bike around one of the elementary schools where I grew up because it was a shortcut to get home. It was like riding through their baseball field, and I like stopped because there's a bench, and I slumped down on the bench, still half on my bike, and pulled my water out of my backpack because it was a hot summer day. Started drinking, and I looked over to the left, and it was like, I don't know, 2 meters away from me. Also, hi, Commander Rainbow Ducky. It was about 2 meters away from me. There was a garbage bin, and there was a bear cub in the bin. It was just like an open like container bin, and I was like, well, fuck. I just like stood back up, started pedaling again, and I looked behind me, and there was Mom on 2 legs standing up, just looking at me from where I came from. And I just rode as fast as I could down that goddamn trail and didn't see any of them again, so. That was fucking terrifying. Those are just black bears, but still. Christ almighty. Growing up in the forest, you know? Big Sparn, what kind of dwarf would you like? I was gonna cue something up, and I can't remember what it was. It'll come back to me. Any dwarf? Any dwarf. Although, I've shown this photo many times. Many times. This is from where I grew up. It's a very low resolution image because I took it on my Sony flip phone. There. You can see the pixels. It's a very high resolution image from 2008 on my Sony flip phone. Yeah, bear. And this had no zoom, so that's just where I was standing. It's a big dog. Yeah, it was that. This was all blackberry bushes. So he was pretty happy, pretty chill. I just walked past him. All right, so you want any dwarf? I will give you a happy dwarf. How about Cole the Stonecutter, Big Sparn? Oh, God damn it. That's going to take a while to get used to. And then right when I get used to it... Right when I get used to it, it's going to be fixed. He becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, has an incredibly calm demeanor, and dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish, he is very slow to anger and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he is quite polite. He enjoys the company of others, and he tends to not reveal personal ability, and he does not experience strong cravings or urges, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he needs to not read sentences twice. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and treasures leisure time and thinks that that it is very important in life. I agree. He finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. He sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. He likes limestone, copper, and heliodor, maple wood and hemp fabric, and the color brass, spears and hatch covers, and mini forges, and wild carrot plants for their edible roots. And the sound of the lace of adoring, and when possible, prefers to consume duck. and cranberry wine and absolutely hates bats. You grew up with a large river, and every couple of years a cougar would be spotted in town. Those things are terrifying too. I've never seen a cougar, but I've heard them. I used to hear them in the summer where I grew up. And when we'd hear, and the dog would growl, and we would hear them screaming. His beard is braided. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his hair is neatly combed. And he has a short nose, and his eyebrows are extremely sparse. His head is somewhat short. His eyes are somewhat narrow, and his hair is auburn, and his skin is pale brown. Yeah, no. The area that I grew up in, we would have 2 to 5 bears per day, and in like the spring, and then in the summer it would go up to closer to about 12. We would know exactly what time of day they were going to walk by. There was like an indent in the grass where they would walk because they were so consistent about walking in the exact same place every day. They were generally passive, and like we never really had issues with them. I have a few memories of like the cat chasing one up a tree. The dog would always start barking when they would get close, and then we'd all run inside. Yeah, no, like we never had any problems with them. They were only super constant in like the dead of summer, but they would generally just like hang close to the blackberry bushes, and we would just give them space, and they would go do their thing. Hot cougars? Yes. No. My favorite sign I've ever seen on a trail is a actually completely unironic cougar warning sign close to Hayward Lake that was made and paid for by the Hayward Lake like park volunteer society group thingy that takes care of the trail around Hayward Lake. And there's a sign there that says, "Warning, cougars in area, particularly dangerous to single men traveling alone." Which is just very, very funny. And I will never stop thinking that it's funny. Because me and my dad, we were on a hike and we saw that, and my dad's like, "Is that a real sign?" I thought it was like a prank that somebody set up or something. I'm like, "Nope, that's a real sign." But it kind of checks out. Like, if anybody's going to ignore the warnings of a cougar, it's going to be some, 20-year-old numbskull who thinks he's invincible, right? Nerev wants me to read the Discord word story. So over on my Discord, there's a room called Add a Word Stories. If you type in !Discord and join the Discord, and you go into that room, you can add words to it, and then every couple hours, chat makes me read them, theoretically. Or they don't. They sometimes forget about them for days at a time, which, they have a couple times. So I'm going to go scroll up and read everything that you guys have written. Within reason. I mean, if it's just a string of curse words, I'm not going to read it. The cow, however, is a lovely dinner. Prosciutto-covered bacon is not healthy, but it's energy. Gremlin stylists style stylish hairdos like buffants and beehives, sometimes victims of mass emu. Keep it going. Keep it fun. Sometimes victims of mass emu, Chad. Sometimes. Bouffants? Is that what it's called? Is that how you pronounce that? Pronounce that? I mispronounced pronounce. I pronounced it pronounce, which is incorrect. We need hematite. I thought we had hematite. Okay. Remove them. Melt hematite. Where is on all work, Golf? I cannot give in to sadness. Hang in there, Dwarf. Dwelling upon experiencing trauma, you poor dwarf. Need new shoes, new trousers, new dress. New songs. So you believe it's been pronounced? I just assume I'm wrong until told otherwise. Oh no! Well, it looks like, chat room, I didn't need to deal with Unib. It seems like Unib, got into a fight with a planter, and the planter punched them in the head, bruising the muscle. Ooh, twisting the neck, bruising the fat. Child finally picked a fight that they couldn't win. You were a bad kid, but it was our fault. Our failure as a dwarven society to raise you properly. Sorry, Unib. Found out, yeah. Effed around and found out. Uh-oh. Why are you punching a peacock? Okay, so I've got some dwarves in conflict. They are beating the crap out of a peacock, from what I can tell. I think it was Darius who was fighting. Darius is currently downed. In a puddle of their own blood. And picked up and is being taken to the doctor. I mean, the peacock did nothing wrong. I think that's the one thing that's known for certain. It seems like, I wish it would say whose vomit it is. Seems like Darius is just vomiting. But it does feel gratitude after being rescued. Now he's in bed. Thirsty, ability to grasp, lost. Evaluated treatment, needs stitches like everywhere, surgery in your ankle. Head is torn apart, or the chin, and whiskers are torn apart. Being moved to table for surgery. Apparently is getting surgery done on him, I'm assuming. Yeah. Kilob is performing surgery, very satisfied at work. The peacock knows what it did. Does it, though? I don't think the peacock understands what it did 2 minutes ago, let alone what it did criminal-wise. Did the peacock belong to the kid? I guarantee you it didn't, because that kid was in the fortress longer than the peacock, and the peacock was owned by the dwarf that it came with. Imagine being in hospital, chat, and having this statue in front of your bed. It's like you're in hospital and you just get to stare at this statue of a giant. Something kind of hysterical about that. Also, chat, if you guys want to do me a huge favor, my teammate Wajess has been having some terrible internet recently. Just go lurk in your stream. Just if you happen to have a extra tab of internet that you're not using, just go pop her stream up. It'll help bump her views a little bit. These good people. You're performing your first successful trade in DF? Well, don't jinx it. They might cancel it still. Navy's also on? Oh, really? I was curious for a second there if he was playing the experimental build, or but he's still playing classic. She has 2 dogs and 2 cats. One of the cats sick though. Sometimes her pet cams turn into a pets are actively fighting cam because they're fighting for the bed. Sometimes chat will ask her to turn her camera off so that they can have another pet on screen. It's pretty good. It's like, streamer, we like you, but could you please move out of the way? You're blocking the dog. Thanks. We are going to... This is just, you know, unimportant area. You're overlapping with this. Not much of an issue, so I'm not too concerned. Guild Hall. This is going to be a Craftsdwarf's Guild. Except that... Wow, it's already valuable enough and I haven't even put anything in it. So you can have face in your pets. Yeah, no, Pedinsky does have the right approach. Just simply allow the pets to climb your face. A forest that is dark and vile has arrived. They are not seeking a parlay, so they're probably tiny. Yeah, we can just... I kind of still want to burninate them, so I think I'm going to burninate them, chat. Those aren't my ibexes. They're also not enemy. You gotta run. We'll see you later. Take care of yourself. They're also not evil ibexes. There's just some wild ibexes walking into the fort. Yo, random dark dwarf hunter zombie. Get him. Please. That's kind of hysterical. You know, I don't think I can go back to the previous version. I don't think I can roll back. How long has this fort been in game? About 10 years. 10 or 11 years. I need to look at what year I started. But I don't think I can roll back. And the reason I don't think I can roll back is it feels so much better playing this branch. Like, I can't even fully describe it. It feels so much better. It's like a night and day difference at how quickly. You can't see without modes to play without the sprites. You can't play without the sprites. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you got to remember, I'm using a 1920 by 1080 monitor at 1600 by 900, so it's like that on my monitor. But it's also, this monitor is 32 inches. This is a really big monitor. So, because I have a monitor that's like a small television in size. It's like my windowed mode games are bigger than most people's full screen games. Have you tried restarting the screen? Yeah, anybody can use the beta branch. You just have to set your game as experimental, but back up your save first. Go to properties, betas, and set it to experimental for experimental features in early testing. This is going to be super overkill. You lost your keybinds to the scroll wheel. Same here. I mean, but the Dwarf Fortress will probably do that when it updates anyway. That's just like I would copy your init files and then copy them back in afterwards. You could use a TV size monitor. Sometimes the damn writing is just too small. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm going to keep using 1920 by 1080p monitors until I'm physically incapable of using them anymore. Oh, hey, it's a ghost. Did I not place Rimtar's slab yet? I swear I made Rimtar a slab. There's a stray water buffalo in my fort. Good luck. Oh, hey. This goblin's doing us a favor. They're literally hanging out where they're going to end up. Isn't that polite of them? Look at that. See, we can just... Easy peasy. Goblin squeezy. I know that, Tarn has talked a couple times about what he wants the noble requirements to be. But, yeah, I don't know when that'll ever happen. Because they really do seem like they want the noble requirements to be a lot more... Achievable is the wrong word. What's the word I'm looking for here? They want the noble requirements to be more logical, so it'll be like, oh, well, I don't like this religion. I want this religion gone kind of thing. Or like, we must go acquire this artifact from this location. Or, I don't know. He's said a few different things. More believable, maybe, even, is a word I'd use. Another artifact. I need these drawbridges to go up. I still just want Tarn to implement the feature that he's talked about a couple of times with messengers, where like messengers could be used to send letters back and forth. I think we were talking about this yesterday too. That's something I really want to see. I want to see messengers be used as letter carriers. As in, like, no slowdown, Celeste? Because, yeah, it's great. Wonder how much of that will slide into Villains 2.0. Kind of don't expect much of it. All right, well, we can just leave them. You have a dude dwarf who has a dude as a lover. Is that new? No. Same-sex couples have been in Dwarf Fortress for a very, 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 very long... Well, maybe not a very, very, very long time. I don't know, like 5, 6, 7 years or something. But the reason Dwarf Fortress has same-sex couples is a balancing issue. Dwarves would breed faster than all the other factions, so they would just overpower them, and you'd have a dwarf apocalypse, and goblins wouldn't stand a chance because they breed so much slower. So they added same-sex couples so that dwarves wouldn't overpower the other factions. So at like certain population densities in the behind the scenes simulation, they will develop same sex couples, but it's something like I think 5% of dwarves are gay just in fortress mode. So odds are pretty good that you'll have like one or two couples that you might not notice. Like I had the two lady dwarves that had a kid in Waterlungs. Yeah, it was Waterlungs. You were very close to strange mood loss, but fortunately a dwarven caravan came and you managed to buy silk thread and weave some silk because a dwarf in a secret mood wanted specifically silk for an instruments thing. That's cool. I'm glad you got that instrument. Instruments are awesome as artifacts because they're hard to make normally. Dwarves dwarves braiding each other's beards. It's how they get frisky. Come on, man. Into the lava? Come on. You mean more like into the plump helmet wine? Although, ironically, in Dwarf Fortress, because animals can be gay too, you could have gay frogs. You actually, like, you straight up actually could just have gay frogs. Also, chat room and ad is just starting. I'm gonna go grab my sandwich because I'm really hungry. What's this floor made of? It's made of schist. So I'm gonna real quick go grab my sandwich. I will be back in like under a minute, maybe two tops. Okay, so entertain yourselves amongst yourselves. If you have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. I will be right back. Also, exclamation point enter for a chance to win a mug, courtesy of Paul Harvey. Thank you very much, Paul. You're very kind. Also, Paul entering to win their own mug. Okay. Exclamation point enter if you want a chance to win a mug. Or win a second mug. I will be right back. Safe keeps. Congratulations on winning that mug. Okay, so since we're overlapping here, I think we're just going to go here and erase this. Overlapping. What are you overlapping with? But you're definitely not overlapping with anything anymore. Maybe it's just because of the lack of doors. I don't know. Weird, but congratulations on grabbing that mug. Northwest? Oh. Where am I missing? I mean, I know what's going up. It's overlapping. I'm sure you're correct, but I can't see it. It's like there's there. Right and up. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, you are correct. Thank you. There we go. Thank you much. Ed Zool is risen from the grave. And the male dragon is gay. I would load the game up in DF hack and fix it. That's what I would do. What's up inside? All right, well, we've got that done. This whole area is looking pretty cool. Well, using DF hack, you can use a few commands and stop things from being what they are. And do some housing like this. I know people were quite the fan of the housing that I did like this the last time I did housing like this, so. There we go, that'll do. Dragon conversion therapy, not diamond conversion therapy. So nothing that you need to worry about. Seems like this. Why is this just making me think of Game of Thrones shenanigans now? Or it's like, you're married to this person, but you're not interested. Well, good luck. That was a whole bit in Game of Thrones. Kind of glad that show's over. You're not my type of dragon. It's not gonna turn into a bad dragon ad. Don't I already have a doctor's guild? Oh, they want a grand guild hall. This is my doctor's guild hall, and they want me to make it nicer. Well, just don't drop it. Naughty Wombat. Turns out just putting a bunch of statues in an area increases the value a whole lot. You have 6 arms? Oh, that's good. Sounds like you have helpers. Helpers make carrying things much easier. In Game of Thrones, they were never stated that dragons were male and female. I didn't make it far enough into the show to the point where the dragons were actively, like, doing things. I remember Dragon Lady, like, having dragons, and that's about it. They never really actually did much aside from being expensive CG. They seem to just kind of exist purely as a reminder of, oh yes, this show has a budget. This show makes a lot of money. I mean, the lava's just there for aesthetics. How you doing, Casual? And then these are here because, well, it's convenient. Speaking of, floor grate. Celestia, are you like me where you get really unreasonably angry at Skyrim for not actually having dragons and instead just having a lot of wyverns and calling them dragons? Because I get unreasonably upset about that for some reason. I'll do a tour once I'm done my sandwich, Snow Castle. Well, it's a volcano fort, so the volcano tip is up here. We're using the top of the volcano to pump lava down into this space, which is perpetually overflowing because, I don't know, I'm lazy. And keep on not, like, properly taking care of it. Also, I was supposed to do this, but I super forgot, so. Pull this lever, and that lever. Actually, I think that one was already pulled, wasn't it? Nope. Needs to be pulled too. Okay, well. So this is my defensive area. It's currently full of lava, but enemies would normally walk up and in here, then down through here, and then across this cool-ass bridge, and then up and into the fort. The main entrance, though, is over here on this side. So you walk up this hill, and then you walk up over this ramp through the front door, which I'm now going to open. Through the front door, through this lowered area down here, past all these lovely statues, up another ramp, and then there's a visitor's tavern up here. There's trading right here. Walk around here, through the 2 military barracks and down into the fortress. There's a tavern up here. There's a library, a temple, kitchens, food storage, and more kitchens. Big old guild of stoneworking. Then over here we have, more guilds. We have the area that I've been working on, and then bedrooms are over here over multiple layers. So some of them just have stairs going up and down as their entrances and exits. Also, I realize I have some more beds up here that I could place. A few up there too. And then building a few bedrooms down there to just kind of fill space out. But yeah, and then aside from that, it's a pretty shallow fort. It doesn't go super deep. But down here is my Baron's quarters, when they can see the bridge from their bedroom, which I think is a pretty cool spot. Like, this is just, the lava drains out here, and there's just this lava pool down here, which we use as trash disposal. But the Baron gets to look out into the lava, which is pretty badass. And then there's just stairs kind of going down. Oh, also this is my well, which currently actually the bucket's down in it, which you can see, which is kind of cool. The well comes from all the way out here. So it's actually also starting to drain apparently, which is interesting. I might need to pump more water in. But the well is all the way up here in the hospital. Right here. Also, my booze is getting kind of low, so I should probably deal with that. What's the question? How do you make books? I have a tutorial on how to do it on YouTube. You have to make sheet, which is paper. Uh-oh. Acquire a crutch. Do I have crutches? It's not a stupid question. It's actually like one of the most complex processes in Dwarf Fortress. So you need a library. You need writing material, which is paper. Then the paper is... Oh, I see the problem here. And then the paper is made into quires. After you make papers, so first you have to make paper, which is like a multiple step process. Then you make quires out of the paper, and then the quires, once they have something written on them, can then be bound into books. But you need your dwarves to write something on them, which means they need to make a discovery that hasn't been discovered before, which means you need scholars to write something. So it's not like a write book command. You don't do that. You literally need the dwarves to essentially get the equivalent of a strange mood, but for books, and it takes forever. I think I've done it successfully a handful of times. The problem is a lot of worlds, there isn't anything to discover because the worlds already have all the major discoveries made. Claimed a leatherworks. What are you waiting for? You need bones. Slaughter a duck. Not sure why there's ibexes in my fort, but I'm going to tell the military to stab this ibex to death. I mean, it's made out of forgotten beast leather, so that's pretty cool. Do you get butchered? Probably not, because it's all mutilated. We'll see. Yay, Ghost has been put to rest finally. Well, I mean, the dwarves could write that, but the dwarves have to decide they want to write that. Right? It kind of just goes into... The dwarves just have a level of autonomy that makes Dwarf Fortress, right? If they don't have that autonomy, then it's not Dwarf Fortress. Migrants have arrived despite the danger. Yes. What says Tango says? Or I'm just going to call you Tango because that's like the one part of your name that I can like comprehend. The other thing you can do with books is if you already have books, you can copy them. Looks like he's missing cut gems. He might also be missing cut gems, yeah. Because I think they already butchered the animal. Yeah, they already butchered one of them. All right, so it's gems then. No, it's not gems because we have gems. And them being in a stockpile is not going to help that. We have tons of gems, actually. So no, it's bones. You don't automate it. Because Dwarf has to think of original idea can't be automated. You just make enough that there is always like 5 or 6 writing material that's ready to go. Yeah, I usually just import the sheets that I need, or just make a couple sets of them and then just ignore them after that. Yeah, it's bones. Bones and maybe rock, actually. Hold on. You know, it might actually be boulders. Because I'm so efficient at getting rid of all of the mind stones. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to do this. I know he already has tetrahedrite, but he wants 2 things of rock. Oh, he ran off. Ah, he got Ibex bone. There you go. It was bones. Gate nerd, what's up? Fill up a single bin with 10k dwarf bucks pretty quick. Yeah. It can be a fun industry to focus on if that's the only thing you allow yourself to trade. It's just like making coins can be fun if that's the only thing you focus on. Kind of want to start making gold coins in this fort. Cheers, dude. Happy to be of service with that. I've finally convinced the majority of my friends to swap over to Fourth Wall. I think pretty much everybody's using Fourth Wall now. But for streamers, the best part is, oh, hey, one of my hunters is finally doing a thing. But for streamers, the best thing is just the fact that you can gift. The fact that you can gift merch out to chat is kind of awesome. What about Fifth Wall? That's only for when we break the Fourth Wall, but you gotta gift more merch to break the Fourth Wall. I'm kind of surprised nobody's gifted the Fourth Wall bot a sub yet, to be honest. What's my favorite type of rock? Probably sandstone in real life. In game, probably allanite or mica. Salty, what kind of dwarf would you like? It never occurred to you. I mean, it pops up and then it leaves immediately, right? It pops up, then it almost immediately leaves. And then for minerals, probably pineapple opal. I thought I would go with rock salt. I like sandstone. When I think of like my favorite kind of rock, I think of my favorite kind of rock to sleep on while camping. And sandstone is nice and generally pretty smooth. Much needed coffee consumption has begun. Cheers to that. It has to have no water tiles in order to continue. Water tiles. Is there like 1 of 7 depth water splattered around still or something? Any stone with sun on it. They might not be doing it if they have no... I mean, yeah, 1 of 7 should be fine. If all of your dwarves are currently doing jobs, construction isn't the highest priority. So, like, if you hit this button, if they're all, like, doing turquoise-colored jobs already, then just nobody's free and able to do it. Yeah, you're using mud to make a farm? Yeah, that's the best way to do it. But yeah, that generally just means that I'm actually going to remove Jerry Gord from other jobs. Also going to remove Jerry Gord from mining. We'll give you engraving, though. I'm trying to keep Jerry Gord happy. Because Jerry Gord is a countess and a picky countess. Also, Metal City is my favorite last name I've seen in this fort. Jerry Gord, Metal City. Kelineth. There's vomit everywhere. Who's puking? Is that you? No, you're cleaning the puke. Somebody was puking everywhere. Might have been an ibex. With whichever job is most likely to lead to death. Military, then. Here, I'll give you this dwarf. This is Spiderbane. Spiderbane killed a giant forgotten beast spider. And saved the whole fort. She never feels lustful passions. She shares intimate details of her life without sparing a thought to the repercussions or property. She dislikes helping others, and she lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, and she has a calm demeanor. She tends to be passive in discussions and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Also, can I just say that we should all, like, periodically knock on wood, chat, because the game hasn't crashed yet, and we haven't run into any major issues. And we are playing with multi-threading on. She believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, and treasures independence and does not respect the law. She respects perseverance and values loyalty and values tradition and dreams of mastering a skill. Knock. She likes magnetite, nickel, and gray chalistone, giant giraffe leather in the color rose, leggings and green tree frog men for their distinct mating call. But never feels lustful passions, for their distinct mating call. And cassavas for their roots and the sound of the wonder of lilacs. When possible, prefers to consume carambola wine. and foxtail mullet flower, and absolutely hates oysters. Her hair is extremely dense. Her somewhat narrow head is somewhat short. Her eyebrows are quite long. Her aquamarine eyes are close set. Her copper skin is slightly wrinkled, and her hair is golden yellow. Wants to get frisky with frogmen. Yeah. Is there like an amphibian variant of scalies? I know that like scalies are lizard furries, but what would a frog person? I actually, chat room, I retract that question. Don't answer that. I don't need to know that information. Toadies. Oh no. Oh no. I hate it. Okay. What was I doing? Right. You don't want to know either? Mm-hmm. 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 All right, so I need to make my Dr. Guildhall nicer. I'm not going to be making it much bigger, so I'm just going to engrave all the floors. All right, well, they're going to do that. Down here, I'm going to place some... Oh, have I not started making doors? What's up, MXE? Thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. Have you around? Nerev is throwing a tantrum, and the brewer is throwing a tantrum. Convict. 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 I'm gonna convict Nerev of the theft of rust fingers, even though you didn't even come close to doing that. Presser has created Nagobolamin. Nidosoviter, a sleek forgotten beast leather right glove, and offers it to the armored boots. It's worth 2,000. This is a sleek forgotten beast leather right glove. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with forgotten beast leather and encircled with bands of iron. This object menaces with spikes of tetrahedrite and ibex bone, and native gold, and black bronze and citrine. On the item is an image of goblins and dwarves in forgotten beast leather. The goblins are refusing the dwarves. The artwork relates to the defeat of the Coal of Sounding of the Tufted Urns and the takeover of the bodice slip by the demon of admirers in the early winter of 282 during the conquest of bodice slip. Also, bodice slip. You want that bodice to slip down? You know what I'm saying? On the item is an image of bended, windled, the ornament scepter in obsidian. Yeah. Sleek leather glove. Let's put those scepters in there. Looks like the world's most uncomfortable glove. Yep. Bodice slip sounds like you got to put on that bodice slip so that It make sure your figure looks full, you know? Missing compassion, doesn't have a greedy streak, company of others. So crafting a masterwork. Dreams of raising a family. Impervious to the effects of stress. What's really funny is when you have a dwarf that's impervious to the effects of stress, and they're very stressed. Definitely had that happen before. It's like, excuse me, game? You're a proficient hammer dwarf. Although almost anything that's sold with like leather leather studs on it are generally also very uncomfortable looking. I guess the until commander is selected, do I not? Guess I don't have a militia commander. Let's put Ray in there. Assign leader. I'm sorry, what? I see a vampire chat. What's up, Brentfield? Bit of advice is possible. You have a blacksmith in a strange mood. He currently has some silver and some rough gems, and he's drawing sketches of stacked cloth, rough gems, some shining bars, and a quarry. You have everything he likes. Any suggestions? That's curious. Death of Fish, hello, by the way. You love that chat almost perfectly reflects the Reddit thread that you looked at for that question? What, what is an amphibian version of a scaly? So, chat, we have a vampire in the fort. Romanced Crystal. Intellectually stubborn. Dreams of mastering a skill. I'm going to be a little brazen, I think. I'm going to get this dwarf training in the military. This brand new, definitely a vampire dwarf. Get them training. And I'm going to send them... Actually, no, I'm going to get them training. I'm going to lock them in the barracks by themselves once they're training. And then I'm going to send them out to attack something by themselves. And we'll see if we can, like, I don't know, get them to, like, take over a necromancer tower or something. Grab copper shirt, gauntlets. They get a helmet. Oh no, now they're in disguise. They no longer look like a vampire now. They're gonna be hard to spot. Also, I'm going to claim all of this. And all that. Is that Aban? There you are. And the trampled clasps should be training up here. Also, we're in the 60s for the frames. That's crazy. But yeah, in regards to that dwarf, you have animal cloth, pigtail cloth, and spider silk cloth. He has no preference for particular cloth. The only thing he shows is a quarry bush. My question is, are the cloths or the gems or the bars in bins? That's the only thing that I can immediately be like, ah, got it, that's your problem, would be bins. Missing citizens. Let's try and rescue this kid back. This dwarf's gonna try and rescue Doomid. He'll try and move it out. Try and remove the bins, yeah. Because that's gonna be your best bet. Is try and remove the bins. Uh-oh, got a dwarf without a helmet on. And there's camels in my fort? I feel like I should put cage traps in somewhere. Also, yeah, you need boulders for the quarry, not blocks. You need boulders specifically. Also, that's kind of funny. This person actually has kills because they've killed ibexes. 136 years old. Her skin is peach. Sure it is. Oh, true. Yeah, it's definitely the hard hat. That's absolutely what that is and what that's for. All right. Well, that dwarf's either going to go rescue kids back or never come back, so. They'll either make themselves useful or they will die. Let's just get these in. My head is like foggy today. It's the only way I can describe it. Usually how I feel like the day after I have way too much to drink. I haven't drank anything since Tuesday. I only had 2 beers on Tuesday. So I don't know what's up. I don't feel great. Let's do that. And then there's just that one tile left right over there. I think I'm going to test something. After the next the next seasonal save, I'm going to save and quit and then reload, because the time that I got crashes previously was always when I saved and quit. What's up, Levy? Or Levistic? But yeah, staring at Renfield's statement more and more, my assumption is it's probably the cloth in bins. They're probably trying to get like a specific type of cloth out. All right, so he returned. Boot searches. The forces of the armored boots freed the dwarf Doomid wheeled crew from the human Weniv Palmoves from Kalhex, the hollow poison of the reclusive ghoul. So that vampire just went and freed a child that got kidnapped by this. Slipped in undetected. Well done. We got Kid back. Doomed, wherever you are. Nope, that's Dumat. But waiting for Doomed. Oh my god, all that lava. But so first mission is successful. The problem is the rest are all at a Necromancer Tower. But I will, try. We'll send them out again. We'll send our new vampire out again. You believe? It's a Necromancer fort, dude. Or a Necro Tower, so I'm not so hopeful, but I like your belief in the dwarves' ability to do things and stuff. Hope is discipline, yeah. Well, I'll just have to kind of pay attention and make sure that he comes back. It was after Spider Soak, and it was in the hospital coffer, and when you removed that, the contents spilled out, and he started moving. There you go. Congrats, Ren. Get that done. Get that artifact. It suddenly sometimes turns into like a working backwards from the point of failure. It's like, all right, so what causes this to not work? What do I need to do differently to make it work? Okay, how do I need to do this differently to make it work? Bet there will be an undead vampire next siege. Shh, you. Don't you, ruin my hopes and dreams, I guess. Or something, I don't know. Is it bad that right now, while I'm playing Dwarf Fort, my brain is just like running through Path of Acra builds? Like, I love Dwarf Fort and all, but like, man, Path of Acra is pretty fucking good. Just hoping that this doesn't start overflowing, because this is about to fill up. But if we can get this sealed up, then it will fill all of this up and then all the way up to the top, and then we'll actually get some lava pressure on it. So when I pull the lever to open the thing up, it's gonna go boosh. I actually beat the game last night after stream. You're enjoying Path of Acra? I'm glad you guys are. Glad you guys are liking it. I think today might actually be the day of the whole week where every day I say I'm gonna end early and do a short stream. I think today might actually be an end early and short stream. Partially because, like, you guys blasted me into the atmosphere revenue-wise with that hype train right at the start. And so I can, like, with confidence just be like, all right, good for the day. Whereas, like, the last 2 days have been a little quiet because you guys threw all of your budget, I assume, at charity, which is greatly appreciated. But at the same time, it's like, makes me stream longer. Just take that with a grain of salt. Or I like a can of beer. Can of beer better than a grain of salt. You've been playing at Path of Acra this whole stream? Hell yeah, dude. Silver Anvil. Is that even usable? I wonder if you can use that. Because I don't think you can. Certainly not in a magma forge. I wonder. Chat, we need to work as a team. Oh, by the way, I would like you guys to know that today, actually, this morning, Path of Acra hit its highest ever player count. Like, it's hitting higher player counts every day, which is cool. We need to work together and start pestering streamers who theoretically would like Path of Acra to play Path of Acra. We need to do that. Also, I'm going to save and return to the title menu. Now, I just got a successful save in, so I'm going to save and return to the title menu and then reload the game, because I haven't actually done this yet. I've only saved without quitting. And I was getting crashes whenever I would save and quit yesterday on this branch. So let's see if it still does. Knock on wood. Cross your fingers. How's it going? Playing on the experimental beta branch for Dwarf Fort, which has multi-threading, which is an option that you can turn on and off, as well as SDL2 graphics acceleration, so the game just runs a lot better. All the UI is like 1,000 times more responsive, and general frame rates are higher. It feels great. No, but it might. Silver is not magma safe. They can't be destroyed, but it just won't let you build a forge with it. Or the forge will auto deconstruct itself, but it won't destroy the anvil. I don't know if it'll let you do that. With 400 hours in the game? I mean, currently there's no negative Steam reviews on Path of Acra Snow Castle. There's none. It's 100% positive, I think. Unless some twit nuggets left it a negative review today. Nope, still at 100% positive. It needs 10 more, actually. If it gets 10 more reviews, it'll have very positive. And it didn't crash, look at that. Also, this is apparently the third version of SDL 2 beta, because it was just SDL 2-1 yesterday. Guess it goes on a pedestal? Gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Because it's a very soft material, right? I know that, like, you can make, like, I think the greatest artifact I ever had was a artifact adamantine anvil. Oh, that's awesome, actually. That's a good first one. I think my first one was like a bone ring or something. The bone something. Random craft. Whoop. Oh, I see. Still leaving. Let's make sure that vampire squatty leaves. You haven't eaten anybody, have you? Hmm? I'm watching you. You sus factory. And before this militia captain just becomes like a legendary warrior. Just goes and takes over multiple cities by themselves. Okay, this is a really cool subtitle for a god. She feels one to remember communing with Ilon. Or Eon? I think it's Ilon. Ilon, the Master of God. That's the god's subtitle, is Ilon, the Master of God. Ilon, Konnom. The god of gods, yeah, right? It's a hell of a descriptor. I think I chucked this this world up on the Discord. I would like to know what that god is represented by. I'll screenshot this. How goes the Dwarfin? I have a vampire who I'm using to rescue my citizens. Just rescued a child. We're gonna see if we can get her to go get another one. It's kind of a neat idea, actually. Imagine you're just like sitting in a prison cell somewhere, and then a fucking vampire who you'd normally expect to eat you shows up and rescues you, and then just leaves again to go rescue somebody else. God of Tesla fanboys? Aw, come on. It's Elon, not Elon. Don't ruin fun things for me. You like being a weakling in games? Try playing something, or try playing a build that is not strong at the start. You've got your legends up? I just screenshotted it and posted it on Discord. It's ILON, the Master of God. So, time to fight more nightmares, chat. Forms twisted from their nature. The Legion of Night. What hope remains? Right as the vampire leaves. All right, well. I think actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to tasks. Because there's a lot of store thing and stockpile tasks. Just going to suspend all of these. This is the only way to mass suspend in Dwarf Fort. Dwarves run back inside. Every time you come in, I'm fighting them. I have the difficulty turned up to hard and economy turned up to hard for this fort. Because it's a volcano fort with more frequent materials. Like, come on. Kind of have to do that. Just make sure that the gate over here is open. Yep. Okay, that gate's shut. Intruders, drive them away. Of course, more necromancers have arrived. So it's time for me to grab my main squad and tell them to kill this necromancer. So alongside of the strange creatures, these necromancers show up, which is kind of fun. Who's here? Dastot and Zon? There's also a goblin scholar in there. Not going to kill. You can live. I mean, it's their own fault for, you know, going up here, so let's see how this goes. They're trying to get to my body pile. Is the vampire Alath? Yes. The soldier that just left. And it appears that Salty Tempest is chasing the necromancers. They jump on top of the necromancers, and of course the necromancer immediately comes back as a zombie, I would assume. Boom, there it goes. Uh-oh. That was the necromancer, Zon. Okay. Akul is now down and immediately pops back up as a peddler necromancer. So does this one. Zon does as well. So we've got 3 dwarves that have gotten into a fight, right? And it appears that they've been resurrected. The necromancer, the woodcutter necromancer shudders and begins to move after the bow dwarf Boyer gestures. A spinning icicle strikes the spiderbane Salty in the upper body, bruising the muscle and bruising the right lung through the iron mail skirt. The dwarf Boyer gestures. I love that they have powers. Like, it's so cool. Eiler over here stabs a stonecutter in the right arm with his steel short sword. Strikes the okay, these are thieves. This is old. Mace insane. So Tyler went insane. Attacks the peddler necromancer, but he jumps away. Kicks the peddler necromancer in the upper arm with his left foot, bruising the muscle. and says, "I've improved my fighting. That was not satisfying." And slashes the peddler in the upper leg with his steel short sword, tearing through the muscle, through the alpaca tunic. Slashes the peddler necromancer in the head with his short sword, and the injured part is cloven asunder. As for the fight, it just kind of can. What is that? Oh, did you know that, chat? Did you know that the icicles have their own sprite? I had no idea. Oh, that's cool. This guy's over here just like shooting bolts of ice at us. Look at this guy. See if he does it again. Spider-Bane's Salty Tempest is seriously injured. Let's see if I can get them renamed. Yep, there goes another one. Everything but you. We just got to get these guys killed. Continuing to fight. This guy also needs dying. Irel, the wrestler, has been found dead. Dwarven Dark Hunter is dead. Oh my god, that was a lot of icicles right there. Tyler Insane is dead. Uh-oh. And before I just lose my whole squad here. Chat, this might be bad. My soldiers are still fighting. There's just bits and pieces shooting everywhere. A few more soldiers are showing up. Hopefully they can stop the stuff from flying. Dwarf's been found dead twice. That's how you know you have problems, is when dwarves are being found dead twice. Okay, well, we just got to get you dead for like more than 10, just a few seconds. We just got to keep you dead. The game's like still runs at very low frames during necromancer fights, clearly. It's the infinite rezzing, and this guy is a big problem down here. They chase him down, all three of them. It's an axe dwarf, it's Moose Moose, and Kogan, who now has a full name, which is Kogan Judged Canyons, the Bronze Chant of Merchants, which is a great name. And it appears that all of the kill various tasks are now done. I'm going to add this area to the burrow so we can get out here and tend to dwarves, but it appears that the fight is completed. Wow. That was kind of hair-raising. That was kind of hair-raising. We did lose Tyler, and we lost a wrestler. As for the rest of the army... Hello, Pablo. How's things? And, oh, look at this. Never mind. Spider-Bane's Salty Tempest is a zombie and is still on my side. So I did lose... Okay, well, Tyler's also a zombie. Is Tyler still alive? Hey! He's also ecstatic. Yes! We actually got two. We got Tyler and Salty are rezzed and they're on our side. Shoutouts to those necromancers for actually doing us a huge goddamn solid. It's very, very, very kind of them. Super kind of them, actually. Super goddamn chill. Yes! Great. when remembering its diagnosis. I mean, come on, wouldn't you? So then there's this one who's just like a brainless nobody. But we got Tyler, who's the confident tangle of fingers, I think. But I've still got some very seriously injured dwarves that need to be rescued. So let's just make sure that recover wounded. Okay, cool. Recover wounded is current task. Dwarves are all booking over there to go help. But now there's the actual concern. Oh. Never mind. Siege is over. The evil monsters left. Is Gimli doing well? Is Gimli still alive? I think Gimli died. No, Gimli's still alive. Never mind. Gimli chilling over here. One of my axe dwarves died. You have 2 kids, apparently. Well, that's good to see. Up here, there's Raging Cave, who's apparently seriously injured. It's like, you appear to be kind of dead, says the chief medical dwarf. But for anybody who's just tuning in, we are currently playing on the experimental build right now, on the experimental branch on Dwarf Fort, which does have an option for multi-threading. Yes! Look at this! Guinevere Palvins. This is somebody else. Wishes to live here for the purpose of sanctuary. Who is that? Also, there's a something warlord. Okay, hold on. I don't see her name here. I don't think they're... No, they're not in this list. Chad, am I an idiot or can I just... Oh, there you are. The human axeman wishes to stay here for sanctuary. You know what? Why not? We released you. I'll let you stay here. And stay here with all my dwarves that keep tantruming for reasons. All right. Let's also check this. You're still off and gone. Human axe dwarf. Human axeman. Sorry. This game ruins my English. Makes speaking difficult. It's like Dwarf Fortress has made it almost impossible for me to say craftsmanship for some reason. This looks so satisfying, this fort. I'm actually kind of curious. See if I can make Twitter do the engagement thing. There you go. How do you place a pedestal? It's uh-oh. Item was seen being stolen. You place a pedestal by going to the furniture display as a pedestal. Going to interrogate and convict you. Convict you of vandalism. Convict you of that. Convict that brewer of this. Moses of that. Moose got punched by that brewer. Man, you punched my military? That's just not even wise. Levistic, what kind of dwarf would you like? Yeah, it's display. It's under furniture. It's not the most clear thing, so. Oh, holy shit. Vampire made it back. Okay, so ran all the way down to the Necromancer Tower. Uh-oh. We went searching for our imprisoned soldiers. The forces of the armored boots searched ore strokes. Found nothing. Well, that's bad news bears, that. What if we try and rescue specifically General Cooper? No other preference other than beard? Gotcha. Man, it's a good preference to have. The happiest unnamed dwarf with beard. How about a ton? Ah! I wish that would stop happening. It's kind of annoying. Game. It's not letting me rename them. Another artifact was seen being stolen. Okay, I blame that lizard. I'm just going to leave the game pause for a second, and then we're going to deal with this. He can be very happy and optimistic, and he has an overbearing personality. He's very humble, and he likes to brawl. He is quite ambitious, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He generally acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy, and he isn't particularly curious about the world, and he tends to not reveal personal information. And he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he's brave in the face of imminent danger. He becomes exasperated. When he becomes exasperated, he clicks his tongue. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he is getting used to tragedy. Dreams of raising a family. Personally, sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and values artwork. He likes serpentine, I think, bismuth, praise, and durian bone, and armadillo shell, and the color amber, bolts and chains, and when possible prefers to consume sea otter. You like to eat FG. And gutter crewer, ew. Hemp seed oil, nice. And white mullet flour, and absolutely hates lizards. His very long beard is braided, his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His medium length hair is arranged in double braids, and he has a high voice. His ears have nearly fused lobes, and his hair is dark tan, and his skin is dark tan. His left upper leg bears a very short, straight scar, and his eyes are brass. Hey. All right, so let's go see what the heck's going on here. I've got 2 artifacts being stolen. We got frickin' multiple things happening at the same time. To the point where I'm going to assign a dungeon master, I think, and a hammerer. Like right now. Because I need I really, really need people to go help my captain of the guard currently. Salty Tempest. Spiderbane, Salty Dark Hunter has been missing for a week. I'm pretty sure you're right there. What does the Hammerer do? They assist the Captain of the Guard. So the Captain of the Guard does interrogating and does interrogating and other things, whereas so the Captain of the Guard does interrogations and chains people up and bonks people over the head. But if there's a Hammerer, then the Hammerer bonks people over the head and chains people up. Mayor is undead? No. No? No. No, no, no. What is happening? So I am under the assumption right now that they just died and got resurrected a whole bunch of times, and the game is assuming that they're dead, but they're not, because they got resurrected and they're on my side, and they got resurrected by enemies? So the game is assuming that they're missing for a week, so I'm getting all these notifications now? Can members of the Fortress Guard interrogate? I don't think so. I don't generally assign a Fortress Guard, though, so I actually don't know. Report Pandasaurus Rex, the Captain of the Guard. Subject, Goblin Hunter Tuco. Of course it's Tuco. The solitary things is an agent. Okay. So I am convinced right now, you know, I'm not an expert by any means. I am convinced that this guy, wherever he is, may have something to do with it. Also, I need to deal with ghosts. That's actually what I need to deal with. Like, artifacts getting stolen sucks and all, but I need ghosts. What's the name of that ghost? Edzul. Also, someone tantrumed and knocked over like half my statues, so that's great. And a caravan has arrived for trading. Well, that's good. Good news at last. Don't mind the zombies on the front door. Okay. I feel so bad that Nerev is still chained up, but, you know. He isn't an expert in Dwarfort? I am an expert in Dwarfort. There's just a lot to know. I'm an expert. I don't claim to know everything. Pretty sure I never claimed to know everything. But I do claim to know a lot. So. Actually, hold on. Did I just... Don't want to actually sell those. It's a lot of trousers. I need to make my dwarves more trousers. Is expert below master? Sure. I mean, I'm certainly not legendary. But I'm definitely like gonna admit that I know far too much about this game. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-dum. I don't know what else I can sell. I don't really have too much else to sell. But they wanted rings, so we're giving them rings. Cheers, James Ed. Or Haynes. Glad you liked the tutorials. And welcome back, Manticore. You love my fort, it's really colorful. Well, thank you, Mustard Cookie. Here come the dwarves for trading. It's got a park. So the last time I did this on the previous version, by that I mean trading, which literally requires every single dwarf to go all the way across the map multiple times, we sat at a pretty consistent 28 frames, and we're sitting at 41 with multi-threading and, you know, the graphics acceleration. And the game still moves super smooth. So that's great. That is fantastic. You don't know what else to focus on? There's simply too much. Think about playing Dwarf Fortress once you get to that point. Very similarly to playing creative Minecraft. Like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have any real strict goals aside from become the mountain home, right? Which is just, you know, get 150-ish dwarves, give a bunch of donations to the traders, and then get a baron, and then get the king, and then build the throne. That's kind of the only real goal in the game. Yeah, literally 50%. You go to the settings menu, and you go to game, and it's in here somewhere. It's show FPS. On screen, it's in here somewhere. It's one of these yes or no ones. Show frames per second. There it is. Beating the crap out of a bunch of criminals. Got another brewer with disorderly conduct charges. You're so invested in the vampire quest. He's still gone. I sent him back to try and rescue another one of the soldiers, and he's been gone for a bit now. You keep expanding your wood stockpiles, it'll merge with the volcano. If you keep extending your wood stockpiles, it'll merge with the volcano. Maybe it has to. Also, I did read the description of that dwarf. So I haven't had a single crash today. I had a bunch yesterday when I first downloaded it, but admittedly, it's patched 4 times since Putnam's patched it 4 times since yesterday. When doing on average, I'd say the frame rates are about the same. But when doing heavy FPS things that would normally like tank the frame rate down to like 20, like telling all of the dwarves to trade and stuff like this, I'm sitting at about 40 to 50% higher frame rates, and the screen moves around smoothly. That's the biggest thing. Like, it's hard to I don't think it shows on stream very much, but just like holding down the middle mouse button and moving the camera feels perfectly smooth. Like, it doesn't feel like there's any like what's the word I'm looking for here? It doesn't feel like there's any lag whatsoever. It feels completely smooth, which is awesome. It's super smooth feeling. Actually, I should sell crossbows. I got so many crossbows. Except for the artifact one. I'll sell those, and I'll keep a couple of these. So it feels really smooth. That being said, definitely back your save files up, because if something does break, you don't want to lose your save file, right? Just copy your save file before you install. Why did they all drop the rings? Maybe somebody committed a crime and they all ran back. But yeah, no, I've definitely noticed frame rate improvements. What's up, Ryoshin Cat? Yeah, I've definitely noticed frame rate improvements. It's definitely running better. Countess Jerry Gord meets with the human keeper of the seal, Thek, and says, "Noble dwarf, there's much to discuss. It's a pleasant place you've carved out here for yourselves. There's much to share." So that was the humans, the previous diplomatic persons. So the one that's not in brackets is what you're currently seeing. The one in brackets is what the game is capable of, I think. I don't actually know. I know the one on the left is what you're actually seeing. It's the difference between current frame rate and simulation frame rate. Now I can never remember which one's which. Because Dwarf Fortress is sort of a turn-based game running in real time. Sort of. But the fact that it's mirrored is incredible, meaning that it's like actually stable. And a game like Dwarf Fort running at 50 FPS is kind of huge, especially with this many dwarves. Left is simulation, right is graphics. Yeah, there you go. Period is still turn-based. If you bind it to period, I don't think that's what it's on by default. I have it bound to equals. Okay, so I'm going to request Bloodthorn. Hey, they brought gypsum plaster. That's very kind of them. Take all of these. Take the anvils. Take all that. Take all that. Take all that. Take all... I might just mark all. Yeah, we're just going to mark all. Boink. And trade. I'm going to trade for... I'm just not even going to give it to them then. I apparently just have extra statues somewhere, and I'm not entirely sure where they are. Or where they came from, rather. We'll just put them there. Let's see. Do we know... And I really need to get these brewers under control. You lost another fort to a well. Did you overfill the well? Just remember, you want your water source to be below the top of the well, right? I think we might be out of rocks again. Because none of my masonry gigs are actually getting done, so... Well, okay, let's just do this. Because I'm convinced this might actually be the problem. I'm just making so many blocks that, like, suddenly I need doors. And no, I can't actually make doors because I just straight up don't have any rocks around. Oh, no, that's the problem. We're all still locked in here. I'm getting a lot of pings to my phone. I'm just gonna turn off my phone's internet. Ran out of rocks? No, I had the burrow still turned on, so they couldn't get to any of them. So all the jobs were canceling. I was like, why are all the jobs canceling? Because I still had the burrow turned on from when the necromancers attacked not so long ago. What do you mean? Water has pressure, so water will bubble up and over. So, like, if you are pumping water from up here down into a thing, it'll bubble up and over. But yeah, if you go through a diagonal tile, it removes all pressure. It's actually originally was a bug, but is now just kind of accepted as a mechanic. Just like drawbridges crushing things into oblivion. I would give my pinky toe right now for a mark all and unmark all and mark all of certain type button for that screen. I mean, why would you bother making a U-pipe when you could just, like, make a single diagonal tile? What do you need here? Crutch acquired. Upper arm needs immobilization. They're getting stitches. Found the metal crafter. Was exhilarated remembering being attacked. Okay, so Dwarf, congratulations. You just promoted yourself into the military? I don't think you realized this, but you did. Also, the vampire returns! Holy shit! Vampire back! No problem, Raging Cave. The vampire returns. Did you rescue General Cooper? Tufted urns. The force. Oh. Man. I think I'm just going to start getting my vampire here to just start, like, stealing books. He's dead, Jim. Yeah. Having good PTSD. Yeah, good, high quality PTSD. The PTSD you want to be. In terms of raising a family. Often spends unnecessary effort. Likes to brawl. Need to fill up my squads again. Really? It's the one all the way at the bottom is the one I'm looking at right now. Talented Spear Dwarf. Novice Mace Dwarf. Novice Hammer Dwarf. He deserves a snack? Who? The vampire? Well, it's a she, but I don't know if she deserves a snack. I don't really think she does, personally. Yeah, legit. We ran out of stones. I managed to turn every single stone in the fort into a block. That's a lot of mining. I feel like I should dig a moat or something on the surface, so just so that we can have, like, a surplus of boulders again. What, run out of boulders and then left the gems on the floor? I mean, naturally, there's gems left on the floor. We got so many cut gems. Where else are we supposed to put them, Celestia? Like, what do you suggest? Our glorious gem cutter is dead. A lava moat? I mean, that's just gaudy. I mean, we could, though. Ooh. Well, that's a little suboptimal. More gem windows? I don't know. Maybe. Just, I think I'm just gonna focus on the inside currently. Is strewn with gems? That not enough gems for you? Those are all gems. All those windows. Those are all gems. Oops, all gems. Don't even worry about it. All gems. It's all that's there, in fact, is gems. I mean, look at all that gems. There's so much. Also, Uncut Gems, pretty okay movie. That is a dwarf killing a camel. This camel is an illegal immigrant in this fortress and has been dispatched by Toulon, who is a brand new military recruit and didn't waste time becoming a member of the military in this fortress and just went and killed a camel. Yeah, there's at least 14 Adam Sandlers in this fortress, if you didn't notice. At least 14. Any of you guys see that screenshot of the person who just dug a big square like this at the bottom of their stairwell, and the dwarves dug a perfect penis shape? Anybody see that? Made me laugh so goddamn hard when I saw that on Reddit. Because they really do that. A brewer has been taken by a strange mood. Fighting is happening. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we having a little brawl? Not sure who's fighting who, but certainly a bunch of people fighting. All right, that's it. Putting a bunch more beds into the hospital. Also, in regards to self-respecting Mountain Home, we aren't a Mountain Home, we're a metropolis, please. Someone clearly was committing a crime. I think Twisted Logic has a pretty good video on how to, like, unfuck water pressure raging. If you just want a visual aid on the on that sort of thing. Going to just make 30 of each. You remember the Fae bedrooms posting on the subreddit where all the bedrooms were a spiral and it leaked into... And then it leaked into the RimWorld subreddit? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by it leaked into the RimWorld subreddit? Like, people on RimWorld were like, hey, you should try and do that. Bet you can't do this. Fortunately, I don't think we lost anybody. Yeah, fighting has stopped. I don't know what that was, but a bunch of dwarves all started fighting all at once. Maybe I need another surgeon. We'll add Ral to the surgeon squad. Use another doctor and another diagnoser too. Second doctor. Second diagnoser. It's cleaning patients. The horror note. We actually just bought powder for casts. They've probably already used it. Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast, Muslex, Sposnuxama, Olok has come. A huge one-eyed flycatcher. It has two narrow tails and it is patchy. And it's and it has two narrow tails and it belches and croaks. Its black feathers are patchy. Beware its deadly dust. I am very wary of its dust. Oh geez, I didn't realize there was such a large cliff there. And once again, I don't think it can get into us unless we let it in. So we're gonna just let it go do its thing because dust is kind of scary. Whoa, you came back already, Vampire. Vampire went off to go steal us some books. Did they get us a book? Undetected by their urns of cruelty, and the forces of the armored boots searched Mute Plague. Do we understand the market was stolen? So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get this vampire to steal stuff from people for a while, and then I'm just gonna go get them to go take over a site. And if they can come back, if they can successfully take over a site, they can just stay there. We should demand surrender. We should just demand surrender and occupy. Okay, we're just gonna send the vampire to go demand surrender and occupy. What was stolen? Oh, I've had various artifacts stolen mostly. But I stole a book called Do We Understand the Market? Oh, Forgotten Beast must have found the cave dwellers. One-man army vampire? Yep. It's good luck to Abun. You know what, Toulon? Gratitude for being rescued, guilty. It's cleaning stitches. Do still have stitches, right? Okay, that menu is kind of buggy to click on. Uh-oh. Bembool has been missing for a week. All right, Vampy, who'd you eat? You found a short from Blind where I... Oh. Oh, the one where I didn't expect it to have that much pressure? That was me screwing around with water intentionally. Because that was right after this version came out, and so I was like, hey, guys, guess what you can do with water? Patient, you're doing no job. I'm also... Check something real quick. Orderlies. I need way more dwarves with orderlies. That might also be part of the problem. Let's also go to orderlies. Nobody does this. Everybody does this. Only selected do this. Suddenly now we have a whole bunch more helpers. There we go. We just needed to turn on the triage. Much better. Are those zombies? Yeah, so we are at war with a necromancer tower. So every year or so, maybe once a year, they send out a group of necromancers to try and steal bodies from my corpse pile. Now, the fun thing about this is my corpse pile is literally in the middle of my fortress. So usually what they'll do is they'll run onto the map, they'll run to your refuse pile, they'll grab a bunch of skeletons, and then they'll leave the map. But because I don't have, or my corpse pile is in the middle of my fort, they always end up in the front door, like right here. They stealth in. So they always end up in this area, right? And then I sent my military out and we started fighting with them. And we killed them all multiple times because they kept resurrecting each other. But they were able to kill 4 of my soldiers, actually. But they resurrected 2 of them, or 3 of them. And 2 of them stayed neutral with me. So I have these zombies now who are friendly with me and hopefully will rejoin my fort sooner rather than later. Because if they rejoin my fort, then we can have basically dwarves that never need to eat or drink and are already in my military. In fact, this one just got up and is now going back to picking up equipment. Look, Salty is going to go pick up equipment. Going to go get clothes, probably. Currently is mostly crutches, splints, and thread. Look at this. Has... Man, like 4 splints on their legs, and is mostly thread.
Hello, smiley face.
Hello, smiley face. How you doing, Dave? Was taken, lol. Thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. So I guess you're curious. I'm just curious to know what this dwarf is going to go grab for items. Goes and grabs their old gloves. How's the experimental build? Surprisingly clean. Last night I got a bunch of crashes and then I kept crashing on water lungs when I would try and save and exit. So I sent the save over to Putnam and Putnam fixed it. Apparently, 2 lines of code needed to be swapped. It was a 0-line fix. It was copy, paste, move, swap. Yeah, it's been... I've... On average, frame rate is about the same, but during really, really, really intensive bits, when a lot of work is getting done, I'm getting like 50% better frame rate, and the act of moving the camera around is 1,000% smoother than it was before. Like, it is so nice. Hello, True Freak. Have you had a stockpile for seeds that just getting itself stuck in barrels? Yeah, set the barrels to 0. If they are set to 0 and you're still getting barrels, it means that you somehow acquired seeds that were already in a barrel. Which is a little odd. Let's just do that and do 150. 150. 150. 150. Stuck in tree dead? Died of dehydration? Well, I mean, there's several fixes for that. One of them is don't let your dwarves pick stuff from trees, or don't let your dwarves be near trees, or build them ladders up and into the trees. This is where you wish you had make cloth outfit option? Nah, never. Disagree. Disagree on that. Oh, getting a stutter. Itches aren't too uncommon, though. Are you playing in any kind of untamed wilds biome or biomes with scary creatures? Like bears or crocodiles or giant animals of any kind? Because they could have just been scared up the tree by something. That's not too uncommon. So I gotta share this. Elfie Bean posted a thing on Discord. That's my hospital, clearly. Also, that's cursed, Elfie. The bird taking off its skin. That's or its feathers. That's pretty cursed. Also, Dwarf Fortress is having a hard time currently. Let's count you as lurking for now. Gotcha. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Gnomes. Let's discuss your situation. The Baron Consort says this. You continue to impress. I've come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. What request do you have of our merchants? At this point, Bloodthorn. That's it. They want anvils. Okay. So both of my zombies are back up and moving again. What is the Discord? Exclamation point Discord. Or scroll down and click on the Discord link. There's several. Hospital. Yes. Also, this is the relaxing hospital bed. It's the relaxing hospital bed for relaxation. Okay, so I'm getting some hitching now. Maybe we save and quit. What's her physical description? Probably not much left of her, but currently I'm more concerned about the lagginess of the fort. I mean, I have several zombies, but this one, her brain is mangled beyond recognition. Word. Me IRL. Her hair is extremely dense. Her very long hair is braided. Her somewhat narrow head is somewhat short. Her eyebrows are quite long. Her aquamarine eyes are close set. Her fourth finger on her left hand is gone. Her copper skin is slightly wrinkled. Her neck bears a massive jagged scar. Her head bears a long straight scar. Her right lower leg bears a very short straight scar, and her hair is golden yellow. That's me after 2 blunts. Brain is mangled beyond recognition. Just posting the screenshot everywhere because that's funny. All right. Let's see. Does the game keep hitching? Or... Whoop. The Dr. Kib and Baka Glass II have married. Congratulations. They got married in the tavern. Well, would you look at that? Kib and the lovely spouse, Baka Glass II. They feel love. Round of beers to that. See that every day. If your brain was mangled, you'd be salty. You know what's funny is Salty asked for the dwarf that was most likely to die. That was their request. Was I want the dwarf profession who's most likely to die. Is dead and somehow managed to beat death and is still alive. You didn't even know that was a thing? What, the dwarves could get married? They can't have kids unless they're married. Just deleting emails that are irrelevant. There we go. Cleared. It's a naked goblin that's covered in wine. All right, I think I'm going to save and bump out to the main menu, and then I'll dive back in. I'm curious if that's going to help the like stuttering issue I'm having. Yeah, I mean, if they show up and they're married, they're already married, right? Because they need to become lovers and then they can get married. But it's kind of funny because they can be married and also have like a dozen lovers. But if they have a lover and they're not married yet, then they can't get married, if that makes sense. or rather, if a dwarf is in love with another dwarf who's married, then the dwarf who's in love with the dwarf who's married, if that dwarf isn't married, I don't think they can go find new love and get married. So if you get married and then you find other lovers afterwards, then you can just have multiple lovers and be married. But if you're not married and you fall in love with a dwarf who is married, then I've never seen them go and find other couples. Just based on my staring at dwarven relationships for way too long. Goblin knows how to party. Goblin has no culture is the sad part. If they have no culture, they can't wear clothes because the clothing and outfit that they wear is decided by their culture, i.e. the faction that they're a part of. So if they're not part of a faction, then yeah. Now, there is polygamy. It just can't happen in Fortress mode. It only happens in Legends mode. Let's just do a full restart. Also, the main menu music is working now. Wall. See if there's another patch. Nope. Okay. Yeah. Bitch, more DF hack. I don't think things can return later if they've been expelled, unless you send them to a Helix that's under your control and then request them back, but that's not quite the same. Money is almost irrelevant in Dwarf Fortress. It's not a priority. It's only a priority if you want to become the mountain home. See how frames are doing now. See if that hitching keeps up. Because this spot right here was like the most frame rate intensive previously, so. Oop, not responding. Okay. If you click on the expel button, it should just give you like a little selection of options. Game's still not responding, so. I'm getting some, I'm not sure what's causing the current stutter, but we're getting a pretty consistent stutter right now. It might be because of the mass mining I'm doing. It may be also because there's things on fire on the map. How is being the mountain home related to money? You have to have a certain amount of value sold back to or given as gifts to the king of your faction or queen of your faction in order to become the mountain home. The king will not move there unless it's inherited by somebody who's there. So unless you just get a really random dice roll, the king will not move there unless you've given a value of 8,000 dwarf bucks in gifts to the mountain home, I think. It's not a huge amount. It's a small amount, but could use DF hack. I can't actually use DF hack because DF hack is no, that beast is already dead, but I can't use DF hack because DF hack doesn't work on the experimental build. And also Deadly Dust wouldn't be making it slow. Not in that way. No, this is like something spawning or the world processing something in the overworld. Usually is what that, like, the kind of slowdown that I'm getting is because, like, there's either a bunch of animals trying to spawn or something's going on behind the scenes. Like that, this is not on map lag. Oh no, they rejected my Mike, demand surrender and occupy from the vampire. Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, how are you on this fine afternoon? Have you seen the good news? Okay, let's try lustful menaced. We're gonna try and demand surrender and occupy. There's only 20 of them. We'll see. We'll see if we have more luck with that one. I mean, it might actually have been the vampire on a rampage, or the vampire processing that. It might have actually just been that. But yeah, I wouldn't use DF hack anyway. I like to try and figure out problems without DF hack. Okay, Toulon, you and your kid, you guys can leave. I feel kind of bad asking you to leave, but you guys can leave because I don't need this many haggard dwarves in the fort. You can leave. You can take your spouse with you. The super mad named dwarves I'm not going to expel, but same with the military dwarves. Most of these dwarves are just shaken after, like, major injuries. I mean, we've lost like 150 dwarves in this fort, so I'm not entirely surprised that they're upset. Sheen Cat's making us a squad. We're going to throw some dwarves into it. You're a novice fighter. Axe Dwarf. Not being too picky here. Seem to recall Devilish Potato would actually do quite well, so I think I'm actually going to try Devilish Potato in the military, because Devilish Potatoes had mood problems, and maybe it'll cheer them up. I mean, we've had some pretty brutal Forgotten Beasts in this fort, so it's not too surprising that we're having some mood issues, but you know, we're managing, we're getting by. You guys are going to be set to train. And also, obviously, equip is set to no orders. See what you guys get. Well, gear, that's good. The weird lag spikes seem to have slowed down, so that's good. Rolf, what kind of dwarf would you like? More caskets for the casket god. It's fine. They're all planted. They're all planted. They're all placed already. And the vast majority of them have already been dealt with, the bodies. But yeah, I can't wait until this version of the game gets put into the main branch, because it's pretty stable from what I can tell. And it feels really good. Like, it's hard to explain. It's like it's so different playing Dwarf Fortress with absolutely no UI lag after months of playing it with tons of UI lag. Like, the older versions never really had this issue because it was, you know, it was loading what 60 characters or something. Like, it was really nothing, but having to pull all these different assets and bits and various graphical bits and bobs has definitely had a noticeable impact on the speed that the game plays at. And it's really nice that it's not that way in this version. No, I mean, if your fort's running at 1 FPS, it'll just run at 2 FPS, right? So if you're frame rate deathing your fort, like, that'll still happen. But as I've said for ages, it's almost impossible, if not, in my opinion, entirely impossible to actually frame rate death a fort now. Like, you can certainly slow one down to unpleasantly shitty frame rate. But actually, like, hitting nat 0 frames per second and the game locks up and won't move like it used to back in the day, it doesn't do that anymore. It hasn't done that in ages. Like, I had somebody accusing me of lying this morning on YouTube, actually. Because there's a short where I say as much, but it's like, yes, you can get your frame rate down to single digits, but that's not FPS death. FPS death is when you're at 0. When the game doesn't move ever again. But you can get this game right now down to like single digits and then recover it whenever the game's finished processing whatever it's processing, which is usually what happens. The game gets real mad at you for a little bit, it slows the fuck down, and then it goes, actually, no, you're okay now. A happy one with long beard? Okay. But some people disagree with me that, and they think that just like anything under 15 is like FPS death. It's like, that's not what that is. Yeah, no, like, I don't think I've gotten one since version 44, really. Like, I think the last time I remember actually frame rate deathing a fort was, like, pre-version 40, like 38. Like, it's been a long while. Like, 2013, maybe? One of the first forts I actually got moving. I remember FPS death being a big problem back then. That was back when it was, like, inevitable, too. That's really not a thing. Fortunately, hasn't been in a long time. Okay, let's just get those stairs being built. You are a... oh, no, that dwarf's already named. Never mind. My bad.
Woo Bone Man stream.
Al, what's up? Rolf, you are in the God damn it, it still does that. Can you stop doing that, Jim? Rolf is in the military. Is a recruit, is delighted after remembering watching performance and wants to fight. Well, that's good. You're about to be able to. Likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty with his massive goddamn beard. He is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, and he feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He's curious and eager to learn, and he would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. He easily falls in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he is curious and eager to learn, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He does not focus on material good, and he has a tendency to, and he doesn't focus on material goods, and he has a tendency, wow. He is inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. There you go. Wow. I can this text is like a slightly different font, so I have to like relearn how to read it. He does not try to get things done perfectly, and he has a sense of duty, and he is quick to form negative views about things, and he tends to be a little bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is often cheerful, though he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking, and he could be considered rude, and he finds the rules of etiquette, gotta press that button. He finds the rules of etiquette something or another. He could be considered rude, and he finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract, such as when he's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and he personally sees the idea of war as utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. He's disgusted by merrymakers and sees freedom and independence as completely worthless, and views competition as a crucial driving force in the world, and values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. And he dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He likes fine pewter, citrine, and cedar wood, giant slug leather and giant warthog hoof, hornbill bone and grimeling parchment, ducks for their quacks and polar bear men for their strength, and the sight of the poetic glosses, and when possible prefers to consume frill, shark, and banana beer, and absolutely hates snails. Also, I want to check something. I'm curious. Okay, cool. I did save that setting. Yeah, it's wild. Just the concept of playing Dwarf Fortress with while it's multi-threaded is a little like crazy in my brain. We're just going to expel you. Ah! My Wampy came backy and had a snacky. Yeah, we've gotten on average on average the frame rate's been about the same. It's been hovering at about 47, 48 to 50 on this fort. Whereas previously it was hovering around 45 to 35. But on frame rate intensive things, it's been running better. So the vampire is a she for the 847th time. And also, no, she hasn't successfully seized and left. What are you talking about? All right, Panda, why are you so mad? Oh boy. Just a lot of rough thoughts in the last year. Need dwarves to be able to go get new socks, I think. Making sure this murderer doesn't go murder anybody else, you know? If anything's exploded? What do you mean if anything's exploded? You mean like due to the frame rate? Or due to the unstable version? It's actually been quite stable, considering it's an unstable. I got a bunch of crashes last night, and I sent the save off to Putnam. Putnam fixed a crash bug, and I haven't actually had a crash since. You bought some, and you can't put them in a zone. Do they eat domestic animals? What do they eat? So bears are like dogs. They don't eat anything. They eat vermin and small animals from the ground. So technically, they don't need to be fed anything. If you bought them, they're already tamed, so you just make a animal pasture and you pasture them there. And then if you go to the pets and livestock menu, there will be buttons in the middle that'll let you train them. I don't have those buttons because I don't have any animals that need to be trained, but there will be buttons in the middle there that will let you train them. Yeah, animals either need to be pastured on grass or they just feed themselves. And then you can assign them to your military if you want. Uh-oh. And before this, vampire just tortures himself. Nope. Okay. What is that? Are you chasing a monkey? You're chasing a goddamn monkey. This is my monstrous murder vampire who seems to care more about killing monkeys than demanding that lustful menace surrenders and accepts our occupation. You just freed a dwarf from a cactus. Dwarf got chased up a cactus by a monkey. And the vampire just went and killed the monkey that was up the tree, fighting the human, or the dwarf. Yeah, if you can get a domesticated population of war grizzlies like that, that is like peak bear in Dwarf Fort. Get off the map, you stupid vampire. Vamp drank monkey? Vamp can't drink monkey. Vamp can only drink human, like sentience. Vamp can only drink sentient blood. Non-sentient blood is a suboptimal blood. No pig blood for these vamps. There's a camel in my fort, chat. A very prickly end for the dwarf. Imagine just getting stuck up a tree and just be like, you live here now. All right, so I think right here is where I'm going to... I started building this. I can't remember what I was going to put here, but this is going to become the hammerer's office. Let's also do gold table. I keep like mistyping today. Certain menus hotkeys still activate if you're typing right now. Is maybe my biggest complaint about the unstable is I swear that on certain menus hotkeys still work sometimes. Gold table. Okay, I somehow managed to do it twice. Gold roan. P is one of those menus that still activates for some reason, and it's infuriating. There is monkeys assaulting the fort. And the dwarf dark hunters are shooting what appears to be bolts of ice at the monkeys. So we've got these intelligent undead dwarves who were once my dwarves, I think, who just live here now, who are just shooting bolts of ice at monkeys as they walk into my fort to steal my stuff. They're not bad like Dorman, honestly. They're probably pretty good. There's also a rotten steelhead trout here for some reason. Yeah, I'll bet you those gray langurs are the source of that hitching I was getting. So you finally started playing with caverns and put a block room around a staircase with a door with a single troglodyte, made it up 30 Z levels, and spilled pineapple wine all over the place before you sent your military to kill him. Will you need to keep one squad at the bottom of the stairs from now on? Not if you build like a row of like weapon traps on the way in. Build like a line of weapon traps up to the door, or cage traps. Weapon traps are more efficient though. And weapon traps will kill them. Cage traps, you just need to reload with new cages and then periodically release them. The dwarves will not all come back inside because there's something still blocking them, probably. There's something else that's still alive. Cage traps are effective. Stonefall traps are very ineffective, but can be effective against certain poor dodging units. But yeah, just load it up with traps. Or yeah, just put a bunch of troglodytes on the surface in cages and then pull a lever when baddies show up and just laugh hysterically at them when they all die. this over here can be erased along here. And the rest of this can be a dining hall. Oh, no, not for Hammerer. For Dungeon Master. For reference, the Dungeon Master only chains people up. That's all that they do. It's the only special job that they have. And I always confuse the Hammerer and the Dungeon Master. Unfortunately, they don't organize fun games in the tavern. Monster Hunters can, or they'll just drink all of your booze. In my experience, they generally just kind of drink all of my booze. Win-win. I mean, but then I need to brew so much more booze. Oh, yeah. There we go. So this over here is actually going to be for Urist Dungeon Master. Who now just needs a couple of these. And the value of this room needs to be increased ever so slightly for the office, which will help once I put some, tables. And, some chairs. They vibe in your tavern? Yeah, and then turn into were creatures and kill your fort. But yeah, no, I would very much recommend at this point that you all try this patch. Even if it's just something that you only try for a little bit. And then uninstall pretty quick. Oop, Vampy's back. Another C's was it was rejected. Okay, well, I'm going to attempt on something a little bit brash. Because my attempts to demand, surrender, and occupy have been very ineffective. So I'm going to conquer and occupy with one dwarf. Wish my vampire good luck, chat room, because they are going to need it. The vampire is headed back out, and when they get back, they'll either be dead, or, they'll be the commander of their own location momentarily. At least she's ate someone before. Yeah, she had a snack recently. So her stats haven't been nerfed yet. Vampy solos. Honestly, Vampire Solo would be a really good name for like a single performing artist. Oh. Ooh. This is an interesting looking army. Ooh. Why is it all dwarves? Oh. This is a copper press plate. On the item is an image of the rendition of the unthinkable shores, a well-designed image of raspberry bushes. Terrifying. A well-designed image of the raspberry swords. The image is the symbol of the reclusive ghoul, a goblin civilization. It's So these are dwarves that have been sent by the reclusive ghoul. Oh, we got plenty of whips in the fort. And also, that's a scourge, not a whip. They're petitioning for a parley. See how long we can make them wait. And the reason I say that is because Okay, there are goblins in there. Ooh, maybe this will be a fun mixed faction invasion. Gimli has made a masterpiece pigtail sock. I'd just like to inform you. Let's see. Are any of them my dwarves? At a glance, they all have goblin names. So these were all born and raised in Goblin Civ. These all goblins. These are not dwarves. What a shame. Okay, so we need Vampy to leave. Oh, already left. Perfect. I was like, where are you? You've got to still be on the list. Where are you on the map? I was going to watch them leave the map, but they've already left the map. Perfect. You're closed and you're open. Sweet. Deny. Now we just need to wait for this to shut. So as long as you lock the hatch and they cannot break out of the chambers, yeah, what else then? No matter how many uses, it'll never get crusty, this is true. Trust me, you're not a professional. None of us are. Well, technically, I guess the only person who's a professional here is me. But I'm only professional because you guys pay me. It's interesting. The last few sieges have all been goblins only, and the numbers have been getting smaller. So I guess now they're sending their desperation armies, which are dwarves. Also, as always, I just got to remind people, if you like the stream, check your Twitch Primes. If you happen to have Twitch Prime, and it's up, get some good emotes, and also ad-free viewing. Last Crew, what's up? Dungeon Masters are intended to be part of the intelligence gathering. I think they may be thinking of something intended for the future. It's not like how this game is, it's 1/8 as well as the chat. Now, currently, Dungeon Masters operate, they basically just operate as another Captain of the Guard right now. But yeah, supposedly in the future, they're supposed to be in charge of something to do with villains. Update that's not done yet. Hello, Mind, how are you today? I am professional, yes, because you guys pay me to be professional, I guess. New boulders look sick. Yeah, there's a lot of variations of them now. And also there's a lot of missing plants that have been put back in. So if you're using that plants complete mod, you can uninstall it now. There's a couple mods that people recommended I use a bunch, which I understand their reasoning, which is it adds in plants that are missing, which is totally fair. But my reasoning for not wanting to use a mod like that, and why I will never use mods like that, is because they're going to add those sprites in. And if they add them in and I realize, and I feel like I like the mod more, then I'll just feel terrible. So I'll be like, I like the mod more than the art that the artists just went and put a bunch of effort into. And I'd rather just play vanilla when it comes to visuals, so. Oh, that's all good, Mind. Don't worry about it. Just finished watching your discussion with Tarn and Zach. You're so glad to hear the dimension mode's coming around the end of this year. Yeah, I'm hoping that, what is it? What month are we in? We're in May right now, right? So if I talk to them again next in late June, early August, which is probably around when I'll have them on again, I really hope it's combat's ready. You know, like I hope that we can get some like pretty solid ideas of what adventure mode will look like by the next time we chat. Hello, Deep Space. How are you? But yeah, no, it's nice. You know, like I get multiple questions a day about adventure mode on the YouTube channel and in the Twitch chat. So it's kind of nice to actually have like an answer to be like, well, they had their first meeting on Monday about what needs to be done for adventure mode. And I guess as of Monday this week, they've started working on it. But there's still a lot of things that Fortress mode needs, you know? Like Fortress mode is still far from perfect. And also, to the one person who probably isn't watching this and probably won't ever see this, but this is going to be cathartic to me. For the one person who says that I'm just sitting on top of Dwarf Fortress's fame and profiteering off of it and not doing anything of value, and basically left me a very insulting comment this morning. Just for reference, those interviews don't make me a ton of money. Like, come on. It's like I made $30 in ad revenue off of this most recent chit chat. Me, I did the hot potato. Oh, the hot potato was hot. Deep Space took part in that too. Isn't that like 99.9999% Twitch streamers? What, profiteering off of a video game that they don't deserve the anything from? Yeah, generally. We exist because people want us to exist. Turns out people don't like journalists for some strange reason. Which, by the way, rest in peace, Waypoint. I don't know if anybody here listened to Waypoint or watched anything that Waypoint did or read anything that Waypoint wrote. But I really enjoy Patrick Klepek's writing, and I really like listening to Rob Zachney and crew talk about things on their podcasts, and I'm very much going to miss Waypoint when they shut down. Oh, we've got a mysterious construction beginning. Not the only one, Flower. Oh, hello. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Fuck Vice Media. Vice Media has some good things, but I mean, apparently Vice is like not in a good spot right now. I'm gonna miss Vice in general. Vice is generally better than it's bad, if that makes any sense. Yeah, this is the first siege that they've sent to me that was mostly goblins. Hell yes, hombre. I just need to make more community fort videos and then they'll stop complaining, probably. A left silk glove and offers it to the armored boots. Well, I've got burning dwarves to watch first, so we'll read that in a sec. It's not a bad casualty wall. Right off the bat. Look at that. Oh! Looks to be these dwarves. Yeah, it is crazy how much smoother the game runs. Like before, like when I would do stuff like this, the game, like moving the screen would just feel horrible. It's like, yeah, the simulation slows down. Now when big walls of lava and stuff go pouring out, but like I can still move the camera super smoothly and it's so nice. Rock soup's actually like amazing. Rock bowl soup by that is what I mean by that. Stone bowl soup, I think. And here comes the driblets from the top. Poor dwarf that got caught there. About to be split up. If you want to be with your friends when you die, you better get to the other side there, dwarf. Salty, were you here to witness what happened to you, by the way? You know how you asked for a dwarf that would die? Well, you did. And then got brought back to life, and then you died again, and then you got brought back to life, and then you died again, and then you got brought back to life, and now you're back alive, and your brain is mangled beyond recognition, and you are a zombie. Yep. Okay, good. Just making sure that you caught that. Poor dwarves. Yeah. It's a shame, isn't it? But, you know, the culture that they're a part of, they attacked us. This is self-defense, after all. It's probably quick and painful. I feel like you would just, like, explode into flames, and then your body would just burst. So, I mean, it's probably not... I would say it's probably not the most painless death. It's probably not a painless death, actually. It's probably quite a painful death. Reminded you of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup and how the devs changed all the quirky fun to be better for speedrunning. Man... You know, I was playing Path of Acra last night, and then at the end of the stream we raided a Stone Soup like frequenting channel, and he was just talking about how much he loves Stone Soup and how like, oh, now is the best time ever to start playing Stone Soup, and also, by the way, you should join the tournament this weekend. And I'm sitting here going like, that's everything that I hate about Stone Soup. It's like, I loved Stone Soup, and then they turned it into an esport, and it's like, oh, it sucks so bad. It's like when I go play Stone Soup now, it's like I'm gonna go download an old version from like 2015, 2013 even. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, totally. You can see there's older versions and forks that are still available that have all that tedium and bullshit in it that I like, but like, man, it makes me so sad. I don't enjoy roguelikes as esports at all. I love roguelikes, I love playing roguelikes, and I love watching roguelikes, and I love learning roguelikes. I don't like roguelikes that are like, the only point of this is to play in tournaments. It's the same reason I don't really play NetHack. Because everybody who plays NetHack is playing in tournaments. It's like, not why I'm there. What's up, Cognic? You know, seeing the little San Diego palm tree again really makes me wonder what the Vegas badge is going to look like. It's probably going to be like a little tiny pixel art of the strip, I would bet. I was about to cue something up, but now I can't remember what it was. It'll pop back in my brain, probably. I'm gonna say I think the seizure probably failed. Because I sent that, oh yeah, right, I forgot to mention this. For all of you Kobold fans out there, there's a dark Kobold pit here named Junkus, or ruled by a group called Junkus. Just, you know, thought I'd inform you of that. Also, Hate Basin is a pretty good name. So, Vampire is gone. Just gonna let those two squads train for a little bit. How's Toe Thief going? I haven't tried attacking it yet. That's how it's going. So fine for them, probably. I drain it. So I have these drawbridges here, and then I have these three drawbridges here, this drawbridge here, and this drawbridge here. It drains down into this pool, which then flows down and off the side of the map down there. And I'm filling it from the top. So, yes, it sort of drains on its own. I don't have to dig it out or anything silly. I just have to pull these levers. There goes the last of them. So now this starts happening. Oh, actually, there's one more lever I gotta pull. So this is how it drains. It does this. And we also have this pretty badass, you know, like lava bridge down here. So this starts draining here. So it starts spilling down the bottom. So it's flowing out this way already. Top's probably already closed. Yep. Top's closed. So no more is coming in. And then these are going to open up on either side. And then all the ones down at the bottom there. There it goes. Which, of course, a dwarf could have just walked down there and they'd be burning, but fortunately there's no reason for them to walk down there, so they don't. Kobolds in Dwarf Fortress are genuinely hilarious. Their ethics are possibly one of the greatest things in Dwarf Fortress. Also, this is molten copper. What's kind of funny is if all of the lava drains away and there's still molten copper, the dwarves clean them up like they clean up vomit. They clean it up like they clean up any liquid that's been spilled. They just go up and they just, like, sweep it up. Which is kind of amazing. But yeah, and then the lava just flows down here and then down into the bottom. It's just flowing down and off the edge. And of course, the Baron gets to see this, just like real life. What, they sweep it up with a broom? Man, I can't search in this screen for some reason. Okay, so I need... Okay, so I'm going to go do a thing. Go to work order, objects, no. I need tent, no. Places, labor, yes. Stone use. Marble. Stop using it. Just stop. I need it for making steel. And then we can open the front door. You didn't know that armor resisted lava? Iron and steel does, nothing else does. So this was all copper. So all the copper melted, but like iron resists lava and so does steel. Same with adamantine. Can I do a quick tutorial? So to make steel bars, you make iron, okay? Then you take, I think I already have a tutorial on this. I think. You make iron bars out of iron ore, okay? Then you make pig iron bars by taking 2 coal, so charcoal, or bismuth, or whatever coal, bituminous or charcoal. You take 2 charcoal and 1 iron bar, and then they make a pig iron bar, okay? Then you take pig iron and flux stone, which is like marble or any other flux stone, anything that's classified as flux, and by that I mean just like click on it, and it'll tell you this. Or am I mixing this up? It might be make pig iron, which is iron to pig iron, and then you use pig iron and flux to make steel. Yeah. Apparently, and you also use it to make quicklime, apparently. I didn't actually know that. But you need flux stone in there somewhere. So you need charcoal and iron, and then a flux stone to make steel. And I can never actually remember exactly which order it happens in, but you need all 3 of them. You make iron into pig iron, and then pig iron into steel. Thank you, Bit-a-boy. this is why I say that Dwarf Fortress is secretly an educational video game. Because I keep on saying the words pig iron, and then like a third of the chat's like, "Yeah, what now? Yeah, pig what? Yeah, what iron? I beg your pardon. You're just saying words now, streamer." To be fair, ash, potash, and lye are some of the most confusing things in the world if you've never played this video game before. I'm promoting some steel jobs and pausing the other ones. So currently they're using steel and pig iron, or iron and pig iron down here. Lye is mentioned in Fight Club. Sure, for like half a frickin' second. Doesn't mean it like sticks in anybody's brain. Maybe Dwarf Fortress makes that scene from Fight Club make more sense. Also, Bim, the gem cutter, has given birth to a girl. I struck praise. Igu Usman Bakadia. That's a really weird name. Eggu Usmen Bikda with a doohickey. The Goblin Monster Slayer has transformed into a were-porcupine. That's just a Caves of Cud character. Dropped a goosebone ring and a duckbone bracelet, and a duckbone amulet and a goosebone crown. So finally crafted goosebone crown. You have any markings on your armor? Nope. Nope. And the shield is just encrusted with gabbro. I'm trying to figure out who I can blame for this. Igu, are you still on the mapu? Yes, you ims. You're in my tavern. Igu Hero Secret. Your secret is that you are actually a monster, and you're here to kill all of us. Former member of the Kingdom of Fire. Okay, so I'm starting to be convinced that the Kingdom of Fire is, which is a human civ, is completely infested with were creatures. Because all of the were creatures seem to come from the Kingdom of Fire. It's a human civ. It's unfortunate because you love marble for building. Fortunately, if you're on a map with marble, you probably have more marble than you'll ever need. Like, all of this white flooring is marble. Okay, so I got 130 steel. Steel, spear, 10. Steel, short sword, and steel shield, steel helm, steel plate, breastplate, steel greaves, steel gauntlets, steel... What am I forgetting? Guided helms? Yeah, I did helms twice. Okay, so let's just do not 50. Let's do 20 of each. 20, 30 of that. 20. Realize I'm covering it with my head, I'm sorry. Just imagine that I'm queuing up 20 of each of those things that I just listed out loud, except we're going to do 30 short swords and 30 spears. Oh, low boots, yep. So that they can go over shoes. Although not all the dwarves have managed to get their shoes on anyway. I once had a bronze colossus attack your fortress who was using a sock as a weapon. You know, I think everybody's got a story similar to that. It's always either a bronze colossus, a like minotaur or giant, or like a were creature. I watched the same thing happen to Belinair with a colossus, and I once had a were creature show up and then punch a dwarf, steal their hat, and then just beat half my fort to death with the cap and not bite anybody. Literally saved the fortress. It's kind of fantastic when stuff like that happens. So now this is all... This is all Warhammers. Ooh, actually, you know what? Let's just go to weapons. Whips we can keep. Copper whips we can melt. Iron battle axes we can keep. Copper battle axes we can melt. Iron warhammers we can melt and unforbid. Silver warhammers we can keep. You we can melt. Iron short swords we can melt. Copper short swords we would melt, but for some reason it's not letting me. Steel short swords we keep. Iron spears we melt. Iron mace we melt. Iron crossbow we melt. And unforbid. Copper crossbow we melt. Bronze crossbow we keep because it's fancy. That we keep, that we keep. Those we keep. Those we keep. Those we melt down because we're never going to use them. Those we melt down because we're never going to use them. Those are fungi wood blowguns. We throw those in the bin if we ever see them. Pikes we melt because I don't think dwarves can use pikes. Hillbreads we melt because I saw a dwarf equipping a two-handed sword earlier and I questioned my reality. Mauls we melt because they're dead. Great axes we melt. Silver great axe I can't melt. Oh, probably because they're in the traps. Scourges we melt. Flails we melt. You we melt. You we melt. You we melt. Okay. Why do I not use bins? Because they cause items to get stuck underneath other items, and leaving them in quantum stockpiles in the workshop is fine. Every now and again, people will get super touchy with me and be like, but it slows down the workshop speed by like 30%, which is true. They do work considerably slower. But there's this funny little wrinkle to that statement. While it is very much true, I don't give a shit about a 30% speed debuff. So I personally couldn't care less. It doesn't bother me, will never bother me. So if you're like me and you just don't care about minimal slowdown, then yeah, it's totally fine. It's pretty close to 30% if they are fully stuck, but you do need a lot of things. Like they need the cluttered like icon, which it takes a while for them to get that. Cluttered workshops do work significantly slower, but I just don't care. I would rather have no item equipping and location conflicts and not worry about bins. You didn't know cluttered workshops are slower? Only if they have the cluttered in brackets there. So that isn't cluttered, you know? No, there's never been one, but DF hack allows you to summon items into existence, make stress not exist. Like you can just type in /no or just no stress in DF hack and stress just like if you start a fortress and you use the commands Armox blessing stress 0 on any fort, you're basically and then just summon items into existence and then turn on Fast Dwarf 2, like you're basically playing Dwarf Fortress in creative mode. So I've never heard of anybody saying that there's a creative mode planned for DF. No bro doing. I think your dwarf that you had earlier died, didn't it? What kind of dwarf would you like? Just placing this slab before I forget. Oh, never mind. Well, this dwarf gets 2 slabs because I fucked up. There you go. You had an issue yesterday where your dwarves would not take the crafted goods out of the metalsmithing shop even though they had a stockpile of space. And this screwed up your gem encrusting tied to your stockpile. I mean, this is why I have no idea what could be wrong. You could have accidentally set the stockpile as like a do not drop items off here unless taken from a specific other stockpile, or the items got disassociated with the workshop that they were in because they got displaced somehow. And then, like, a tantruming dwarf running by could do that. And then, like, they can't move it from the workshop to the stockpile if they're give and take stockpiles. I just don't use give and take stockpiles because I love this video game. I think this game is very, very, very good. But I also think that if you're trying to play it like Factorio, you're playing the wrong game. Some of my friends, like Tekid, completely disagrees with me on this, right? God damn. Tekid completely disagrees with me on this. But it's just the way the game works. Certain play styles are the opposite of rewarded in this game. Certain play styles are just like maybe not intentionally, but like there's so many weird little eccentricities and like weird things you have to tweak to actually make setups like that work when realistically you're not actually benefiting much. Yeah, you're allowed to disagree. Like there is no wrong way to play, but in my opinion, if you're trying to play it that way, you're gonna have a hard time generally, unless you know all of the quirks that this game already has. Yes and no, Salty Tempest, but whatever. She forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others and is brave in the face of imminent danger, tends to hang on to grievances and tries to do things correctly each time, doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and often acts with compassion. And she is stubborn and it does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind Zuminaski's planned. Zuminaski is planned, yes. Tarn was saying the other day while in the interview on this channel that upon realizing that the tutorial is incompletable, it went from like priority 8 on the to-do list to like number 2 or top priority on the to-do list. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family. Personally prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity. Likes lemonite, billin, and citrine and giant penguin leather. The color vermilion and male skirts and ballista arrows and... Ghost has been put to rest. When possible, prefers to consume herring, sorghum beer, and Sangaro fruit, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. You monster. No kills, and has curly hair that's somewhat greasy, very long hair, which is neatly combed. Her slightly protruding brass eyes are round and her eyelashes are short. Her head is somewhat narrow and her hair is dark tan. Her skin is pale brown. Oh wow, that was quick. I've got a Magma Forge mood happening almost immediately. Our chicken... I need to Google this. Prismatic flux. Hold on. So I've never seen this with this same name. But I've absolutely eaten this before. This is just stuffed chicken breasts. We don't call it that, but yeah, I've had stuffed chicken breasts before. They're delicious. Not very good for you, though. Certainly had stuffed chicken breasts in the past, yeah. It sounds like just a regionally named variant of that. From 30 to 64. Damn, you must have traded a lot to the mountain home. The more you sell to the traders, the more migrants you get. Yeah, that just seems like regional naming thing. Very good though. They don't delete. They go into the wild and become adventurers unless because you can go look up their history later, and usually they go like one of my okay. As an example of somebody that I expelled from one of my forts, there was a fort that I had, the last fort that I had before Premium came out. I expelled the final family that was in the fort because the fort was exploding. I let demons into the fort, right? We went to the circus and it was a fun time. And there was demons flying around everywhere and all that crap. And I expelled the final family that was in the fort because they were in a room by themselves and then just exited out. So expelled them. They were still inside the fort. They were going to die. But it was like 3 children and then like a mother or something. Expelled them and then jumped out. Went to Legends, loaded in the world to see what happened after starting a few adventurers and let some time pass. And the 4 children adopted the 12 dogs, the 12 war dogs that I had that were still alive in the fort, as well as 2 cats and an elf, and a child elf who was like less than 10 years old. And they went and started a gang to go commit crime. A mercenary group operating out of the local mountains. So yeah, theoretically they just go out into the wilderness and go do things. But and literally, like, we read about their first few adventures. It wasn't anything crazy. There's actually, like, I think a bit of me reading those legends on my YouTube channel somewhere. Yeah, no, they went and started a rebel group to like fight back against, I guess, whatever. But like run by like a 12-year-old dwarf. Anyway, yeah, so there's that. So if you expel them, they will go become adventurers and go do things. But if you have Helixes in your holdings, you can expel them to those locations, and then they go to those locations specifically. The weaponsmith has created an iron crossbow and offers it to the armored boots. Ooh. This is an iron crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with sheep's wool, and this object menaces with spikes of iron and Sangrero wood. On the item is an image of the eyes of Stalaronitha in diorite. On the item is an image of Serral, Fathring to the dwarf, and dwarves in diorite. Serral is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Serral, faithful ringed to the position of Baroness of the Tufted Urns. And I'm going to put this on this right here. I started a D&D group, pretty much. But yeah, no, so they go into the world and they just go do things. Oh no, team is throwing a tantrum. My goblin is throwing a tantrum, chat. I don't like this. We only had the Barber Foods frozen kind. Barber Foods frozen kind. Oh, you mean like stuffed chicken breasts? Goblin blank is fighting. Oh no, stop toppling my freaking statues. Ay, 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 ay. Well, I'll say this. Statue toppling certainly seems to work. As annoying as that is. You don't want to Google... Well, purring maggots only exist in Dwarf Fort, so... Googling purring maggots will just get you the Dwarf Fort wiki. How do you avoid massive battles in taverns? Don't have tavern keepers. I'm pretty sure, like, they can't brawl under the influence if you don't have tavern keepers. They're just little guys? They're like... Dwarf Fortress Wiki. Oh no, Dwarf Fortress Wiki is 404ing for me right now. Dwarf Fort Wiki down. I was gonna look up the size of a purring maggot to prove that they're not little guys, because they ain't little, but... Man... Works for you? Well, how big is a purring maggot then? Gremlin still works. Well, that's probably like Diamond's homepage. See, Gremlin pops up for me. Weird. How do you milk anything? Same way you milk a maggot. Oh man, it doesn't have their size. Well, that's a shame. Oh, just the main page is broken? Why is the main page broken? Yeah, no, like click on the main page of the wiki. 404s. You know, honestly, most of you probably don't even realize this because, especially if you've started playing since December, the fact that the Dwarf Fortress wiki doesn't have ads on it is still a little weird to me. I'm so used to the Dwarf Fortress wiki having ads. Because ever since Dwarf Fortress Premium came out, KitFox sponsored the wiki. No fandom shit. God, I'm so happy we don't have a fucking fandom wiki. Holy hell, that would suck. Worst goddamn company. I went from kind of just not liking their wikis to vehemently hating them. I mean, the DF wiki used to just have ads on it. It used to have ads on it, but they, KitFox pays for the servers for it now. So they just have no ads now. Because it's a community-run thing. It's actually like a real community-run wiki and not like, you know, some fandom-hosted crap. That and Fextra Life. Fextra Life makes me angry. Like, genuinely, they make me angry. And it's got nothing to do with their wiki. I don't care about their fucking wiki. Their wiki can exist. I don't care. Like make a wiki. Who fucking cares? What I hate about Fextra Life is that they use their wiki to artificially inflate their Twitch stream views and then take sponsored time. It is bonkers to me that they're allowed to do that. No, I know why their stream gets so many views, but like that. So to give you an idea, if I do sponsored time on this channel, right, with the numbers that I have, pretty easily 230 viewers, I could probably charge $300 an hour. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less, depending on the sponsor, right? If I wanted to do that kind of business. They're getting like 40, 50,000 concurrent sometimes on that thing, depending on what game's released recently. That's like, we're talking like $10,000 an hour. That's fucking bananas to me. I fucking hate it. Makes me so angry. 1/60th the size of a dwarf. That's not small! That's a large maggot. Disagree that that's small. Oh, I'm not. I mean, I would consider doing the same thing actually if they made life-size plushies, but. So I've been covering this area in marble. I'm kind of thinking about just deconstructing all this marble flooring and replacing it with obsidian. A 1 pound maggot. Let's just like process that for a second. A maggot that weighs a pound. That's not a small maggot. If you think that's a small maggot, that's a very big maggot, and your opinion is wrong. Like, Jesus, man. That's a very large maggot. Curses, thank you very much for the 7th month. Do you agree that 1 pound maggot is big maggot? Please, I need someone to back me up here. That is an extremely large maggot. It's like trying to argue that, like, a huntsman spider is not a large spider. It's like you can argue that they're cute. I agree with that, but they are certainly a large spider. It's like 3 ground beef. Exactly! Oh! That's like 4 McDonald's burgers! Like the quarter pounder ones, not the little ones. Ugh. Curses, thank you very much for the 7 months. You always assumed they were like the size of cows. I also used to think that it killed the maggots, the milking process. I guess my imagery in my head was way more disturbing than what the Addams brothers had in their heads. I have like 1,000 obsidian blocks. We're going to deconstruct this. I'm going to replace all of that with obsidian. Milking a 1 pound maggot might even be more disturbing. Yeah, like it gets worse when you think about it. So you're best not to think about it too much. Yeah, but it has the density of 4 burgers. Anyway, that's no. The best part though is that purring maggot cheese is the only foodstuff in Dwarfort with a 2-frame animation, because the cheese moves. Also, hamsters can consume more alcohol than any living creature on Earth based on their size. They never drink with you? Your average hamster can drink approximately 1.5 liters of Everclear per day and feel no ill side effects. No, they don't put them in the wheel of cheese, but they put the baby maggots in the wheel of cheese. This is true. I don't know what the fuck they're doing up at the University of Alaska, but here's an article. It's not an April Fool's Day joke. It's a real article. Yeah, maggots are baby flies. Although purring maggots might not be. I don't think purring maggots actually turn into anything. I'm just... I was really excited that I saw just some baby elk birds, but a forgotten bee showed up and set them all on fire. That is such a Dwarf Fortressy sentence. Purring maggots are very much fictional, yes. Very much fictional. Okay, I've given the smiths plenty of time, so let's assign metal armor. And they're all getting new stuff. Hells yeah. So my soldiers are all going to come booking down here and get new gear. Let's see what you grab. Random Spear Dwarf Mebsith. It's new gear day. Grab the steel spear. Damn right. They're maggot cheese in Dwarf Fort? Yep, purring maggot cheese. It's called dwarven cheese. Dwarves make cheese by using purring maggot milk. Exactly what we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes. Next, I'm going to tell you that Gorlaks don't exist. I mean, I've seen the documentary Monsters, Inc., and that movie featured a Gorlak, Mike Wazowski, so. Although he was a slightly different breed of Gorlak that was green and only had one eyeball, so. Although maybe an unpopular opinion for Al, but I would rather have a plushy Gorlak than a, plushy dwarf maggot. Like, I'm just saying. If given the option. Still working on a few more things, but the dwarves are finally coming up. This dwarf decided to take a nap halfway through. Armor must be heavy. You also want a plush purring maggot. I kind of, based on like, okay, so they announced a bunch of merch for Dwarf Fort, like, at the big, like, before the game came out, right? They announced a t-shirt, like one t-shirt, and a beer mug, a beer glass with a logo on it, and that's it. And it's not out yet. And I'm kind of offended that it's not out yet. Like, yeah, it's Fangamer that queued everything up. It's this. This is the official Dwarf Fortress merch. It's like they announced a pin, a beer mug, and this t-shirt. And it's still just like a sign up for when it becomes available. I also want that pint glass. God damn it. Like, we're just sitting here going, guys, come on, can we get this done? Can we get this done sometime this year? And then there's me over here just like profiteering on the fact that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have official merch yet, and my merch is pretty okay. And you should buy my mugs! Exclamation point merch. For mugs with dwarves on them. If it's sick, we should give it a Tylenol. Or a pretty rad shirt with a gremlin on it. Look at this fucking guy. So I don't know how hot it is outside, but it's 18°C. It is like, feels like summer. It's just very shameful advertising. Very shameful. But, you know, like, there was what? One mug gifted today? Yep. One mug was gifted today. It's a pretty good time. Never mind. Paul Harvey just gifted another mug. Actually, I was just saying that we have one mug sold today. Paul, thank you very much for gifting out a mug and then also entering to win. Chat, if you type an exclamation point enter, you have a chance to win a Vile mug, Vile Force of mug. So early in the morning when you're a Vile Force of Darkness, you can fill it up with coffee or something. Hobo, type an exclamation point enter for a chance to win a mug. International shipping is a thing, and they're made in Europe if you're ordering them from Europe, and they also have a distribution place down in Australia, and all my products are global. I don't make anything that can't be, shipped. Anywhere that, like, needs import fees, I won't ship it. Or I won't use that product. So theoretically, like, if you're in, I don't know, Spain, it'll be shipping from the UK instead of, like, California or something stupid. Like Fourth Wall, the company that does my merch, they actually have a beer glass, but it only ships from Europe, so I'm not going to do it because it would be like $40 to ship it to Canada, and I ain't going to do that. Watch some cats beat the fuck out of some Leafs? Well, please beat the fuck out of some Leafs. Those fans are getting obnoxious down here. I wish I was joking, but the last time I was on public transit, there was dozens of them. Oh, hell yeah. Hobo won a mug. Congratulations on winning a mug. Click on that their link to acquire your mug. Rigged? Admittedly, wouldn't it be more rigged if, like, Paul Harvey, who gifted out the mug very generously, won their own mug? I think that would have been the most rigged. Holy crap, it's snowing? I didn't notice. I've been playing in this map for a while now. I never noticed it snows. It's snowing on the cactus. Like, there's cacti up here. These are all cactuses. And it's snowing. Huh. Curious. Blind keeps winning all of his own mugs. Yeah, right. I mean, here's the thing. That would actually, like, cost me money. If I were to just, like, make giveaways and then win them myself. I would just have a pile of mugs and not have any money. Snowy desert? Yeah, pretty much. It's a nice spot. And Hobo is gifting a Vile Force of Mug and Dinner Dwarves? So 2 mugs? 2 mugs. What happens if you do 2 at a time? Chat, type in exclamation point, enter twice for good measure. Just type it in twice. Doesn't matter if the bot yells at you for spamming. Just do it again. I don't think you need to, but type in exclamation point, enter twice. I'm prettying up my entryway. I'm thinking about maybe building a tower or something. I actually also could use a sandwich. Sandwich sounds pretty good. I'm prettying up the entryway because I'm feeling like I have all of this obsidian and I might as well do something with it. So we're going to put a bunch of it on the ground in here. Start doing this. There's lava in the way. Okay, fine. Well, we'll see you when we see you. So, Renfield won the gift of Vile Force of Mug, and Paul Harvey won the gift of Dinner Dwarves. Damn, that bot is good, man. Congrats, Paul. Paul gifted, what, two separate mugs today? So, everybody wins. And thank you very much, everybody, for helping me profiteer off of the lack of Dwarf Fortress merch. And enjoy the mug, Renfield. And thank you, Hobo. I should lock this door again so we can get more baby ducks and other things. Did I make all of this entire square into slopes? Why did I do that? Let's just get rid of those and rebuild those as floor. Go down here. You haven't really stopped playing it at all? So this summer that I finally said, screw it, I'm going to learn to play Dwarf Fortress. It was what, like end of 2018. Started playing it like 2 days a week. And I did that for about 3 months, and then eventually just kind of said, fuck it, and then did nothing but play Dwarf Fortress for, like, multiple years. Because there was a point where, because, like, I partially learned this game really, really poorly on and off throughout my life. Starting at about, 09-ish was the first time I downloaded it. And then I downloaded it, play it for a bit, and then I'd give up and rinse and repeat for kind of ad nauseum forever. And I thought I would never fully learn the game, but I just kind of gave up and thought my Twitch channel was going to die, because at the time it was. Like, we weren't doing all that hot. And I was just like, well, I have like 6 months of money left. I'm not making enough money to stream full time, so I'm just going to sit here and play Dwarf Fortress until my channel dies. And then I streamed Dwarf Fortress for like 8 months straight. And my channel didn't die, but it wasn't doing well. I was making like $800 a month, maybe, on a good month. But I still lived with my ex at the time, so I was splitting rent with somebody and just kind of like existing, I suppose. And then Steam Dwarf Fortress was announced. So I was just kind of expecting to be like the world's most obscure Twitch streamer for the rest of my life. Kind of still happened, but no problem, Linux. Now your pop is at 80. If the population increase is too overwhelming, if you go into your, I think it's game settings, you can just change your population cap. So you could set your population cap to 80, and then just not get more dwarves than that until you're ready. You know that this is a grown-up stream and you can say fuck, right? You don't have to like type in comic book characters. We know what you mean. But yeah, no, I expected my channel to die.
Yes, it's called a motor race, okay? We went to car racing.
Also, hey, Shark Jumping Walrus, by the way. Speaking of car racing, Hobo, can I just state that that was the worst Baku I've ever seen, and I'm very sad. I like that track, but that track is not big enough for those cars. Former educator habits. Well, fortunately, we don't educate anybody of anything of value here on Twitch, so. Baku was so bad. It was awful. It was a hard race to watch. It was nice seeing, like, Sergio win, but, like, you know, bleh. How do you change child perms? Standing orders. So labor, standing orders, chores. It's pretty well hidden. I usually turn off refuse hauling and burial. Fortunately, television is dead, so I can say heck wherever I want. Heck it. Yeah, heckin' hecklers. Fuck. Sorry. That was rough. Oh, wait, did you watch it live? Because I certainly didn't. Like, I was at a black metal show the night before, and definitely wasn't sober by the time I got home. Only 7 a.m. I guess. It was like fucking 4 o'clock in the morning for me. Wet Miami? Wet Miami. I mean, I'm pretty sure Miami's always wet. The humidity, it's just like, it turns into water. Blind did a heck? I did a heck and heck. Can I comment on a pet peeve of mine? I've talked about this many times, but I think it is the dumbest fucking thing in the entire goddamn planet that people try and nerf their own language by using words like heck. It's like, okay, so if you're going to curse, cursing releases certain chemicals in your brain that gives you good body feels and calms you down when you're angry. Cursing actually provides like a benefit to your human function, shall we say. But if you are just replacing that word with a different word, you're still literally still just swearing. And all you're doing is you're changing the meaning of the word heck to be a curse word slowly. And eventually, it will just simply acquire the same meaning as fuck, or be considered as bad because it'll be used as a swear word. So you're not actually like fixing your own verbiage and your own speech patterns. You're just simply devaluing and turning a different word into a curse word. If you're gonna just not swear, just don't swear. Don't replace it with something. Like, you can change your speech patterns so that you swear minimally. And if that's what you want to do that. But just saying heck doesn't actually change that. Like, I'll say it ironically because I think it's fucking stupid. But I don't understand why people do that. I hecked that lady really good last night. Honestly, I've seen people say such things. Unironically. Yeah, if we keep this up, YouTube will demonetize us for saying heck. Although, to be completely fair, YouTube did walk back their cursing ruling thing. Like, they did walk that back, so. They still don't particularly like it if you curse in the first 5 seconds of a video, but fuckity fuck. We're all kind of okay at this point. South Park can maintain some of their monetization. It's all these heckin' Zoomers. Prismatic. What became of the vampire? Sent them off to... So I sent them off to try and convince goblins to surrender and join us 3 times, and failed all 3 times, and the 3rd time they came back and ate somebody, and so I told them to conquer and occupy a site, and they went off and died and never came back. Stole us some books, though. And I'm kitting my military out in steel and training up 2 squads fully, and then I'm going to train up 2 more. And then once they're all, like, fully gung-ho and ready to go, we're going to start raiding things for books and stuff. Oh, I mean, here's the thing. If you're saying heck for comedic effect, go nuts, right? Just to be clear, if you're saying heck for comedic effect, yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's the people who do it because they're trying not to swear that it confuses me. You generally avoid swearing to reserve to an already recognized swear words for emphasis? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I got 1,000,000,001 construction jobs, so I should just let the dwarves do that. Watch this first. I agree with that, Faye. We'll see when we see it, mind. An ad cut me off when I said fuck. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I don't curse very much, but if I'm gonna curse, I curse. I used to curse a lot more than I do these days. But that's because I used to work night shift in kitchens and I used to be cranky all the time. Now I'm just cranky most of the time instead of all of the time. Now it's just like a 70% chance you're going to get me on a cranky day instead of like a 125% chance you're going to get me on a cranky day. Show an ad right after the curse. Fuck! Don't ask me why there's a camel in my fort. Still making steel. Ah, we appear to be out of charcoal. Ah, lovely. Your ruler has arrived with a full entourage, which also means I think we get a second Baron? Because my outpost liaison is also a noble? Like, is a Baron as well? Anyway, your thriving site is now the capital, and with continued fortune and toil, the legend of a true mountain home may yet be written. I think if you fault people for cursing, you're kind of a low person, personally. But, all right. Some migrants have arrived, despite the danger. Yeah, despite the danger, more like. Oh boy. Okay, well. Our King Oz. The new arrival is a novice organizer. Has 2 lovers and 4 children and a spouse. This checks out. Definitely a king. Ah, queen came with him. The wife. And, well, this is interesting. So, you guys remember Arkmaster? Dwarf? Got, splatted in the face by a web-spitting forgotten beast? Was the king's eldest son, apparently. I guess that makes sense why the king would come here then. Jack Sparrow, who also mysteriously went missing in this fortress, was his nephew. Welp. Ironically, Jack Sparrow went missing after an artifact went missing that he stole. I'm still not sure what happened to him. We never did find his body. And his tombstone just said he went missing. So, how is my precious nephew? Pretty much, yeah, like, that's kind of how I'm imagining this is going. And the dwarves are like, ah. Of course the queen also has 2 lovers. Okay, so, Kumil, Ingush, and Dumid are all related to the queen. Queen's got a bit of family in the fort, too. I respect a religion called the Rapid Communion, because I, too, want to get communion over with quickly. It's so weird, like having to line up and be like, I'm going to eat the body of Christ and drink this blood. I'm going to promote cannibalism and then leave after drinking bad wine. All right, everybody has their own way in life. And then we have the outpost liaison, who's also royal, who's a baron. Baron consort. Apparently we can speedrun church in this fortress. No. You misunderstand, glass half empty. Communion is not snacks. Communion is eating borderline tasteless bread biscuit thingy-mabib, okay? And sipping some shitty wine. Or juice, if you're a kid. The snacks is what you get after communion. So you speedrun the communion, you rapid communion, okay? And then after communion, you get the good bit. Let's read a little bit about our king, shall we? Got him! King Me is often feels filled with joy. Not true. Is very rarely moved by curiosity. Also not true. He doesn't generally think before acting, and he generally doesn't respond. And he does not generally respond to emotional appeals. Well, he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Okay, I respect that. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Well, he's a king. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Oh, I should make him into a doctor. He occasionally overindulges, and he has a greedy streak. He can handle stress, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And there's zombies in the hallway. Don't mind the zombies, they're fine. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees introspection as important and doesn't care about art one way or another. He likes sylvite, bismuth bronze, rose quartz, the color glass, fox squirrel, leather, and armadillo tooth. And god damn it, stop knocking my goddamn statues over. And when possible, prefers to consume giant puffin and potato wine, and hates mosquitoes. I do in fact hate mosquitoes. This is true. His long beard is neatly combed, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is braided, and he has very high cheekbones, and his nose bridge is convex. He has a clear voice, and his nose is slightly upturned. His ears are somewhat tall, and his hair is raw umber, and his skin is brown, and his eyes are copper. And he killed a goblin in 282. He killed Bestra Cover Smiles. But yes, I would like to know what happened to my son. And my son and nephew, who are both dead. Eldest son is dead. Nephew's also dead. Well, we gotta make the king's quarters. Naturally. I go right next to the baron's quarters. It's Dwarflet, obviously. You ignored a guild hall? Oop. I'm sure they'll recover eventually. Also, chat room. I'd be lying if I didn't let you guys know. Me and you remember those little animated shorts that Fog did? For the charity stream. Well, those little animated shorts are going to be repurposed into merchandise. I need to talk to them over this weekend to figure out exactly what they're going to look like. We're going to figure out how to repurpose like those kind of cursed-looking dwarf dudes and the cats. We were thinking about taking the cats, like just a strip of cats, and like wrapping them around a mug. We were thinking about taking like that scene or something of just like the mountain with the volcano in the background and putting it on a shirt maybe or on a mug. I kind of want to take that cat face that he drew and put it on like a baseball cap or something. Disco Dwarf and the Forgotten Cranky Neighbor. It's we'll have to do something with that. Yeah, something with that. Yeah. Maybe a sticker set. I don't know. The Forgotten Beast, Uxu du Uxu, Osnongostrobo, Ustmas has come. A towering one-eyed newt. It has thin wings of stretched skin and it is slavering. Its rose-taupe skin is warty. Beware its webs. Where the heck are ye? That is a ugly sprite. But it can't reach us, so. Disco potato in memes? Oh. You mean, Where did it go? You mean, Oh, wow, I didn't even see this one. Hold on. I have to inspect some memes. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. Okay, this is pretty good. That's pretty good. What else do we have? This is also pretty good. What else do we have? We'll have to save the beard until next charity stream, I guess. What else do we have? There's like one more, I think. Was it memes? No, you put it in art, not memes. Yeah, this one. This is just a horrific example of copyright infringement, and I'm gonna have to steal that idea for next year. But yeah, no, this ocean of ashes is going to be ignored because it's somewhere where it can't reach us. I lost far too many dwarves yesterday, letting those things in and fighting with them, and we're not doing that again. Maybe a less itchy one. Nah, it's fine. A little bit of pain is okay for charity. I mean, come on. I think I can tolerate a slightly itchy face for, $12,000 towards Doctors Without Borders. Except next time I need to be more vigilant about making sure that every single 69 variant has its own individual sound. Same with, like, pi variants and stuff. I'm going to start on my notifications 2 months in advance next year. Instead of, like, the weekend of. So this is going to be King's Dining Hall and bedroom, I think. But yeah, no, those are going to be turned into merch of some sort. I personally think that the amount Fog charged me was more than worth it for the incredibleness of witnessing that live on stream. And also, just like the fact that this channel has now raised like $30,000 for charity over like 5 years. Like how I made the lava toilet? The thing is, I've already made all of the tutorials that you need to know how to make the lava toilet. Right? I've made tutorials on how to connect levers to floodgates. You just need to make the bridges or floodgates out of obsidian and make your mechanisms out of obsidian. That's it. And then it's just a matter of making a big ol' one of these, filling up, putting a bunch of lava somewhere and pouring it somewhere. I don't really consider that a tutorial. Would I do it? At this point, probably not. I mean, if I go to the quick tutorial videos that I published, like the last one that the last few that I published, like not to be mean or anything, but like I made that minecart switches video, which is a very simple video, right? It's a very simple concept. I made this video in about an hour. It got 3,000 views, which makes me about $4. Oh, I drained it out the bottom. So when we're talking about these tutorials, it's like, what is really worth doing? There isn't the desire for them. Like, yeah, I could make a tutorial video on how to do that, but not that many people would watch it. It wouldn't be worth doing for the amount of time it would take me to do it. And I've already made all tutorials containing all of the tools you actually need for that to make that, right? Export of large gems is prohibited. That's okay. So currently, probably not. I mean, I'm not very good at script writing. And so more complicated tutorials are very difficult for me. Like, that's what Tekket is good at. But he's been really slow about getting his advanced tutorials out, which he swore he would have out, like, back in December. So, yeah, I don't know. Is it not marketing that drives traffic to the channel? Oh, absolutely, it's marketing that drives traffic to the channel. But here's the thing. I can make videos that take significantly less effort than spending 4 hours on making a tutorial that are way faster that get as many views. Like a community fort video gets about the same number of views and it takes me 10 minutes to make one, right? It's just a matter of me wanting to make one. So it's like, yeah, but there's content that I can make that will do just as well, if not better, that takes me way less time. So yeah, it's all marketing, but at the same time, I get to pick what kind of marketing I want to do and the kind of video I want to make. And I don't enjoy making tutorials. I never have. There will be a wall of new tutorials when adventure mode is out. Maybe that would be an opportunity for me to go back and do some advanced stuff, because that's when people will be looking for stuff again, is when adventure mode is out. Or if there's suddenly a huge influx of players at some point, then I'll make some tutorials because people will be looking for them. But people aren't looking for tutorials anymore. They're just not. Like, I can put out a highlight video of something that like an event that happened on a stream, and it'll do just as well. Like, part one of any Fort VOD does better now than tutorial videos do, right? Like, it's just statistically, part one of Heatstone. So you know how you saw the ad revenue, right? And the views that were on the other video. This is part one of Heatstone. Got 6,000 views and made $33. Had way better watch time. Gained me more in like every aspect. This video took me like a stream, which I make money on anyway, and then I just ported it over to YouTube. Like, I would rather make content that I enjoy making that gets roughly the same number of views than make content that feels like work. And making tutorials is work for me. I do it when I have like a stroke of inspiration for something that I want to do, and I do them, and I'm really good at very simple things. But more complicated things and more abstract concepts and more strategy videos, one, I personally feel that strategy videos kind of ruin the game, because half the fun of Dwarf Fortress is figuring shit out, figuring out how to do cool things. I've already made videos on how to make minecart shotguns, and I've already made videos on how to make pump stacks. I've already made videos on how to make magma safe stuff. All of the tools are there on the YouTube channel. It's just a matter of you going there to get it, you know? You know, if Atom Snatching still works, to try to designate a stockpile where the drawbridge is. You can't. Yeah, it works, but you have to use a dump zone. So if you go to the zone tool, there's this one here that's called garbage dump. You make a garbage dump zone and then you set things to dump. You cannot place a stockpile underneath the drawbridge. You've never been able to. It cancels the stockpile and deletes it. No problem. Hell yeah, it got us him. But yeah, no, I mean, like, at this point, I would rather, like, make more today in Dwarf Fortress videos. I would rather make more short highlight videos if there is a particularly epic moment. I would rather just keep porting the VODs over. I would rather make interviews. I would rather do more of that kind of content, because that's the kind of content that to me is sustainable in the long term. Like, there are small periods of time where tutorials are good to make, and it's around large releases, right? Yeah, shorts as well. When there's large releases that pop up, that's a good opportunity to make a lot of tutorials, because that's when there's going to be an influx of new players, and that's where people are looking for tutorials. But it's like, I could make a video on water physics, or I could just, like, tell you in one sentence how to, like, you know, negate water physics and then not worry about it. Yeah, you want a designated dump zone. Yeah, absolutely. And then you set the items to be dumped using the little tool on the bottom right there at the bottom middle bar. Game's not allowing you to paint a zone? Why is it not allowing you to paint a zone? Like down here, you click on this, you click on the zone, and then you do that. Should work like that with any zone. There's no point where it won't allow you to paint a zone. Unless, like, you have certain tools deselected. So, like, if you select it, do you have this tool selected? Do you have this tool selected? Check your tools. Because if you have the brush mode selected, it'll just do one tile at a time instead of a square. And if you have the eraser selected, it won't place anything. Oh, cheers, Goddess M. Means a lot, dude. But yeah, for me, like, there will be periods of time where I will put out a buttload of tutorials in a short period of time. And then there's the rest of my time where I'm just focusing on creating content sustainably primarily. That is my goal. I want to make content in as sustainable a format as possible, and by that I mean entertain myself as much as I'm trying to entertain other people. And that's the mode that I'm going to be in basically until adventure mode comes out. When adventure mode comes out, then I will jump back to that. All right, let's just make tutorials about literally everything and slowly watch my soul fall out of my ear. But I will take long breaks from that type of content. But also, it seems you can paint a zone fine outside the room, but not inside. Literally, the game doesn't do that. So you've got something real fucked up. Are you using keyboard only mode? Like, do you have keyboard cursor enabled? I'm trying to think, like, what in the world could possibly be causing that. There is no mechanic in Dwarf Fortress where it just does not let you make a zone. So what's broken? Chat, does anybody have any ideas? Like, literally, like, unless, like, you're trying to paint it in mid-air, like, above the ground like this. And even then, like, it still lets you paint the zone. Like, I'm kind of at a loss, to be honest with you. Like, the game just doesn't operate that way. So something's weird. Or you've got something set up weird. Yeah, that's my only logical, like, conclusion is that you've got one of these tools selected. Or you've got it set to multi, but I don't actually think you can do that with the garbage dump zone. Yeah, you can't even do that. So you've either got, like, the eraser selected or you've got this selected. But restarting the game will, like, reset all those settings, so. Let's, you know, here's the thing. Speaking of tutorials. I have a video for this. There you go. Have fun. Speaking of, that video got almost 40,000 views. That's what it's got to be, Tango. It's got to just be your set to the brush instead of the box. It's got to be that. I watched it before. Well, then then at that point, I don't know. It's about as far as it's about as much as I would know. What processor do I have? An out-of-date old one that's not particularly good by today's standards. An i7-7700K, and it's not overclocked. It's actually underclocked. I like my computer stuff to last. But currently playing on the experimental branch, which is kind of lovely, actually. Back up your saves if you want to try it, but and we do have the line of sight multi-threading on, and consistently it's running about 50% faster. The average frame rate is about about 5-6 frames faster than it was yesterday, but when doing very, very heavy, large projects like this, like every single dwarf right now is working on some sort of construction job. We're sitting at like 40 frames. It was sitting at like 20 to 18 on projects this size yesterday on the main branch. So that's kind of fantastic. It's not the beta branch, it's the experimental branch. It's a separate branch from the beta branch. There's the beta branch and then there's the experimental branch, and they're two separate branches. We're getting a whole goddamn tree at this rate. But check this out. If I go to game settings, we have this. Enable multi-threading. Also, full screen on this branch is windowless, is borderless windowed, which is also kind of cool. But it makes the minimap vanish and causes sprites to phase in and out of existence and turn into 1 pixel. If you want to see the actual things that were added, there's the Reddit thread. So these are getting canceled because the boulders are being told to move. The boulders want to move, so because the boulders are waiting for someone to come pick them up. Cancel it. Yeah, the music in this game's great. It's very hummable. Very hummable soundtrack. That's also a really good sign about the soundtrack of this game, is I'm still listening to it, and it's been, you know, a rather long time now. The vampire tried to besiege multiple locations, and they all failed. And then I sent him off to go, I sent her off to go attack, conquer, and occupy a location with 20 dudes in it. And she vanished and never came back. And the reason I did that was because she started eating my people and ate one person. I was like, all right, that's it, get out. Is the music integration new to the Steam release? You mean the fact that there's music in the game? I mean, the old music in Dwarf Fortress was like a 3-minute loop that just looped infinitely regardless of what was happening. So if you mean like, is the soundtrack new to the Steam release? Yes. Actually, I think it was a 7-minute loop of music. But it was a very repetitive loop previously. But as of the beta branch right now, you can also add new tracks in, which is really cool. But there's been several sets of fan music written by fans over the years. One of them, the most notable one, was written by Simon Swearer, who also was then contracted to help on the official soundtrack for this. So, how do you get stronger dogs? I mean, they don't get stronger, you just war train them. Then you can assign them to people, but you can't, like, make them stronger. They're just dogs. Dogs are dogs. So you can war train dogs, but that's it. I mean, I guess, like, a grizzly bear is kind of like a stronger war trained dog, but... Okay. Why are these not getting reported? My poor tame goblin, which is not actually, like my poor bugged out goblin, actually, is tantruming. Dogs die in a few attacks. There is no, like, less likely to die in a few attacks. Dogs die in a few attacks. They're more like... Dogs are kind of useful in the... Like, they're good spotters. They can spot enemies effectively. They're not good, like, as a combat method on their own. They're not. They're actually really bad. I would argue all war creatures are. Like, if you're setting up war dogs and expecting them to survive, you've messed up. They are going to die, and they are going to die quickly. If you want stronger war animals, try and get yourself some grizzly bears or something. But notice how I literally never use war dogs for literally anything. Because they're not good. The most useful they can be is, like, if you, like, lock them all in one enclosed area, like in an entryway, they can do some damage, but yeah, they're literally just, like, extra cannon fodder / distractions that aren't as expensive as your dwarves when they die. I nearly had all the dogs die from an attack. Yeah, I don't send them in. Like one thing that, like, I see people doing that's pretty effective is, like, just make an animal pasture zone, like around that big kind of deal, and just pasture them all at your front door. Don't assign them to your soldiers, and just let them breed and multiply and train them for military, and just let their numbers slowly grow. And then, ideally, if you get attacked, they will just be able to take out the first few soldiers, or you'll see them coming in, or they'll, like, stop were creatures as an example. Like, if a were creature is, because were creatures stealth onto the side of the map, like elves and cavern critters, they stealth on. So if there's a were creature stealthing onto the map, it'll get exposed and the dogs will attack it, and the were creature can't infect the dogs, like stuff like that. Or like that's what dogs are useful for. They're useful for spotting invading elves and things, but they're not useful particularly as a actual fighting force. Like giant grizzly bears, maybe slightly helpful. There's something you can do with giant grizzly bears, or I don't know, larger animals. But dogs, no, dogs are pretty weak. Yeah, they're a good, like, delay tactic. Like, you can also, like, pasture them in the basement by the cavern layer and just have, like, 50 of them just, like, sitting there. But, like, I don't know. I find them, they just kind of die. I don't like cleaning up the mess. My king wants a bucket. Oops. But yeah, sorry to inform you that Pooch McGee is pretty weak, but it's an unfortunate reality of them. Bituminous coal gizzard stones. What a strange gem. I have to make the entryway to this area a little bit nicer instead of just like a single file stairway, but we've very much improved moods today too. These things are looking up for the fort. Things are looking up. All right, let's... You're not letting me place anything there. The game's informing me that there's a gem window here. I don't think that's true, game. I don't see a gem window. Like, you forgot to, like, you know, have a Sprite. Instead, you had a Coca-Cola. Being late for bed. For you, you know, honestly, I'm kind of thinking about just winding down early over here. It's been a great stream, but I am pooped, chat room. It's been a long week. I mean, we started the week off raising $12,000 for charity, so it's been a long week. Just trying to get this bedroom done for me. I mean, king. Yep, the VOD's up on YouTube already. All right, don't tell me good job. It's chat that did it. I mean, I donated like $300 earlier in the event, but nothing compared to what chat did. Chat absolutely obliterated all the coals. All right, chat room. I think now is a good opportunity for you guys to say goodbye, YouTube. But we were able to get the king's bedroom satisfied, so it's the king and queen, both happy. We were able to very much pretty up this area. I mean, look at this. This is gorgeous looking. We expanded our forges. We got our military decked out in gold. We've built up all this. Built more bedrooms. We're making the entry tunnel very dark and ominous with obsidian. We didn't do much down here. We actually managed to run out of boulders a few times. We have some zombies in the fort now because the necromancers keep attacking us. Yeah, and looking forward to the intelligent ones that are in the fort joining the fortress instead of just standing around like most notably like Salty, like this dwarf. I can't wait for Salty to join the fort again because Salty's just, you know, running around doing dwarfy things. Will be a great swords dwarf once we can put her back in the military, but we can't yet because she's not a full member of the fort yet. So I think now is a time for us to save and return to the main menu, and don't jinx it yet, but we just played for like 7 hours of Dwarf Fort on the experimental branch with multi-threading turned on, and it didn't crash. So let's see. Yeah, Key, that is indeed promising as fuck. Don't let your memes be dreams. Yes. Speaking of memes, we dreamed of the meme of Dwarf Fortress getting multi-threaded, and it finally happened. Finally happened. And even better, there's even people streaming Dwarf Fort that we can raid. You're kind of shocked at how quickly it happened? I'm not. Yeah, there we go. So, go try the SDL2 stuff if you're so interested, because it seems to work okay. Long as you're okay with playing in windowed. That doesn't really work in full screen currently. But that was a fun stream. Like I said, I'm just pooped. It's been a long fucking week. Yeah. There will be some sort of stream on the second account over the weekend, which is Calcium Crypt.